Well, good morning, distinguished delegates, to the second WMO-IMO Symposium on Extreme Maritime Weather. Themed, Bridging the Knowledge Gap Towards Safer Shipping. My name is Joris Brouwers. I chair the IMO Subcommittee of Navigation, Communications, Search and Rescue, and I am the coordinator of the Maritime Administration of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And my co-chair next to me is Alison Allen, chair of the WMO's Standing Committee for Marine Meteorological and Oceanographic Services, and she is the director for the US National Weather Service's Analyze, Forecast and Support Office. And as your co-chairs for this symposium, we will guide you through what we hope will be a fascinating week. And before we get started, I'd like to introduce Mr. Osamu Maramoto from the IMO, who will provide some essential logistics information for this meeting. Mr. Maramoto, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, distinguished delegates, and welcome to IMO. For those who have not yet created the IMO account online, we suggest you to do so because once you are registered with the IMO account, you have the free access to all these valuable information intended for delegates attending the meeting, including emergency evacuation procedures and documentations, and also the information on the connection to Wi-Fi. There's no fire alarm testing scheduled for this week, so if you hear the large general alarm, that means you will have to evacuate, no question. And there are fire doors there, and in case for any reason this is blocked, there's an alternative route. And there is a park, the assembling points behind our building. You might have seen this from downstairs. The Wi-Fi works, as far as I understand, well at the moment, at least. For those who have registered with the IMO account should have ID and password, and they should use IMO guest to log in using their credentials. For those who have not yet created an account, don't worry, there is an alternative. Use IMO public using the password, as you can see in the blue box here, 84721MAR with the M with the capital. It should work to connect to the internet Wi-Fi. The provisional program has been updated to become a program, which is available for download from both IMO event website and WMO event website as shown. Please note this event is streamed online, live on YouTube channel on @IMO-HQ. We encourage everyone to use social media to join the conversation online using the hashtag Extreme Maritime Weather. Share your thoughts, photos, and insights to raise awareness and spotlight this important issue. Code of conduct for delegates, observers, and other participants at IMO meetings, events, activities to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment. That can be found from Circular Letter 4908, and the QR code can be used for the quick access to that. IMO events are guided by the highest ethical and professional standards, and all participants are expected to behave with integrity and respect towards all attending or involved with any IMO event. Code is available for download again from this QR code, or alternatively go to the IMO docs to download the circular letter. And this ends my brief logistical and administrative information, and I wish you good luck. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Isamu. Good morning, colleagues and delegates. As you've seen in the program, the symposium is organized as sessions around several basic themes, each with their own moderator. Full bios for all of the speakers and moderators can be found online, so we will be presenting an abbreviated version. Most of the sessions will be held in two parts, a 10 to 15-minute presentation from invited speakers, with a brief question and answer period after each talk, followed by an hour-long panel discussion with a coffee or tea break in between. We structured it in this manner to allow for free-flowing, open discussions as much as possible, and we look forward to your active participation.
So with that, I would now like to introduce Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, the Secretary-General of the International Maritime Organization. Mr. Dominguez assumed his role as 10th IMO SG in January this year, bringing with him more than 3 decades of his experience serving the global maritime sector across a spectrum of leadership roles of increasing scope and responsibility. He held key roles in the Panamanian Maritime Authority before joining the Secretariat of IMO, serving in the capacity of Chief of Staff and Directors of Administration, and later Marine Environment Division, before being elected as the Secretary-General. SG, please.
If I can get there, it's getting far. Good morning. Thank you. I like that very short introduction. I'm going to start using it a lot more from now on. Deputy Secretary-General, it's a pleasure having you, except for the first time in London. I hope you enjoy your stay and you continue to come back in the future. Distinguished delegates, participants, I think some of you are more WMO and may not be fully aware of how we work at IMO. It's a very friendly environment here. The IT system should work. If not, contact us and we will provide assistance. I don't think you're going to have to run out of the building this week, so let's hope it stays that way. And it's very timely that you bring to us a symposium, particularly to deal with extreme weather, and in this case, extreme maritime weather. So at the same time, we're actually starting this week the next round of negotiations on the measures that IMO is adopting next year to address climate change. And of course, your focus will be mostly on safety, which is paramount for this organization. But everything that you enhance on safety also has a positive added value to the environmental regulations that we adopt and implement through IMO. This year, and in particularly this week, we're celebrating the World Maritime Day. It's on Thursday. The theme for this year is Navigating the Future Safety First. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you all to the reception, which takes place on Thursday. I want to say 6 o'clock, but my colleagues may correct me later on if it's at 5. But it's either 5 or 6 o'clock, but you will be informed later in the year. It's Monday morning, apologies. Trying to catch up with my diary for this week. The main reason for celebrating safety this year is because the SOLAS Convention turns 50 on the 1st of November of this year. And of course, it's the main instrument that addresses safety requirements, including safety of navigation. And taking into account that shipping trade represents more than 90% of goods that are transported and delivered around the world, with the additional challenges of climate change and extreme weather, we're seeing more accidents, and this is where your experience and expertise then comes into place. I mentioned already the work that we're doing on decarbonization, but we're also working on automation and digitalization. And again, the relationship between WMO and IMO continues to grow in strength and strengthen as well if we look into all the aspects that we both have to deal with in order to guarantee, in particularly, safety of the people on board the vessels, as well as the safety of the vessels themselves. So when you focus on your deliberations on safety and you look at the linkages with climate change, I ask you also not to forget the people on board and how we can, with digitalization, facilitate their role in order to minimize human error and reduce incidents. In that way, of course, we will continue to enhance safety. I wish you all the best for the week, and I hope to see you on Thursday evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary-General. I would now like to introduce Ms. Coe Barrett, Deputy Secretary-General of the World Meteorological Organization. Ms. Barrett assumed her role in April of 2024. Her career includes over 15 years of representing the United States in climate negotiations, particularly within the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. She has held leadership roles within NOAA, including Deputy Assistant Administrator for Research Programs and Director of the Global Climate Change Program at the U.S. Agency for International Development. Ms. Barrett, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ellison. Hello, everyone. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Secretary-General Dominguez, for hosting this symposium. Secretary-General Professor Celeste Sello sends you her warm regards and wishes she could be here with you. I'm the second choice, unfortunately. Anyway, I'd also like to thank all of you for attending and taking the time out of your busy schedules to be with us here in London. Following up on the lessons learned during the first symposium in October of 2019, this event seeks to expand the dialogue between the marine mid-ocean forecasting and maritime communities. We need to ensure mutual awareness of each other's capabilities, requirements, and responsibilities for ensuring safety of life and property at sea and along the coast. As we know, and the Secretary-General just mentioned, the ocean accounts for a vast portion of the world's economy, estimated at between 3 to 6 trillion US dollars per year. It accounts for at least 70% of all world trade and the livelihoods of over 6 billion people. This is, I'm sure, news to me more than it is news to you. The ocean nurtures and sustains us, but it can also imperil us. WMO is a leader in the UN Secretary-General's Early Warning for All initiative, which aims to ensure that by 2027, everyone on Earth is covered by early warning and has access to information that helps to protect them from the multiple hazards that put them at risk, whether on land or at sea. And this, of course, includes the maritime community. Early warnings are vital to support the crucial safety and financial decisions that you make every day. For these warnings and forecasts to be effective, it's paramount that forecasters understand maritime operations and that the maritime community can access the products and information they need from national marine meteorological services. As a result of accelerating sea level rise, coastal inundation events are impacting ports, harbors, and coasts with greater frequency. And rapidly intensifying cyclones pose a major hazard to seafarers. Warming in the polar regions and reduced sea ice open navigable sea lanes during the summer season, and this exposes environmentally and geopolitically sensitive regions to more shipping and increases the risk of marine environmental emergencies. Less ice does not mean less danger. In short, climate change affects maritime operations, whether at sea or in harbors and ports. Weather-related delays and disruptions in shipping can also interrupt supply chains with adverse impacts to the global economy. Security risks have forced ships to avoid the Red Sea in recent months, forcing them to transit south through often perilous waters of the Southern Ocean. Dozens of containers have been lost or damaged from at least 3 ships, and 1 ship was grounded and subsequently broken apart by the large waves. I'm sure you'll discuss more about such hazardous maritime events over the next few days. But these examples show that it's vitally important that WMO and meteorological services work closely with the IMO and the maritime community to meet our joint challenges and to improve efficiency and safety. Because of your many real-time shipboard observations, our forecasts have been steadily improving. Using data from Atlantic Hurricane Forecast Track Error as a proxy for marine weather forecasts, our 5-day forecast track skill in the early 2020s is better than the 3-day forecasts were in the 1990s. And there's room for improvement, of course, but we can achieve this with more of your observations. Some incidents and accidents will continue to occur. It's a given, but given the forecasting advances, ships should not succumb to weather disasters nowadays. We must ask ourselves how a ship can find itself near the eye wall of a well-forecast hurricane, as happened just last month while Hurricane Ernesto was east of the Bahamas. And how can a cargo ship, lose nearly 1,900 containers due to parametric rolling, as happened with a ship in the Pacific in 2020? Working together, we can help reduce the frequency of such incidents and further minimize weather-related losses. As you engage in your discussions in the coming days, please give some thought to the ways we can work together to ensure mariners avoid extreme weather at sea and minimize damage to ships, cargo, and the environment that we work in. And please think about how we can leverage the gains made in atmospheric and ocean science, computing, and communications to bring 21st century services to the maritime community. It's clear we can learn so much from each other to develop a stronger partnership for safety at sea, and I'm grateful for the work you're undertaking. I wish you a successful symposium.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett, Deputy Secretary-General of WMO. With that, and also looking at the clock, since I'm a former Navy officer, I'm strict on time. Yes, G might recall that. I would like to move on to the introduction of the Ambassador Peter Thompson, who has served as the UN Secretary-General Special Envoy for the Ocean since 2017. And in this role, he drives implementation of UN Sustainable Development Goal number 14 to conserve and sustainably use ocean resources. He served as President of the United Nations General Assembly for its 2016-2017 term, and from 2010 to 2016, he was Fiji's permanent representative to the United Nations. Ambassador Thompson's remarks will now be presented by video.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all courtesies observed, and thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you during the opening session of this symposium. In particular, I thank the Secretary-Generals of the World Meteorological Organization and the International Maritime Organization for jointly organizing the symposium and once again demonstrating the benefits accruing from cohesiveness within the UN system. I come from Fiji in the cyclone-prone South Pacific. Having spent much of my life out on the ocean, I can attest to the fact that the accuracy of maritime observations and warnings and forecasts are absolutely critical to the livelihoods of those at sea, including, of course, the well-being of those dwelling along vulnerable coastal areas. It's thus a great pleasure to be able to commend the work of the WMO and IMO On behalf of all others dedicated to overcoming the existential challenges that are put upon us by climate change and its widespread effects on ocean conditions, I applaud the focus that your two organizations give to ocean issues and congratulate you for bringing the international maritime community together in this important symposium in London. Ladies and gentlemen, for some time now, we've been seeing significant changes in the ocean, and scientific consensus has demonstrated irrefutably that this is due to, in large part, to global warming and our changing climate. We've been experiencing a concerning run of record warm ocean temperatures across the globe, and this is impacting seafarers and coastal dwellers in many, many ways. Global warming will mean more extreme events at sea. Stronger and more frequent ocean storms will make shipping more hazardous, as will thinning of Arctic sea ice and rapid calving and melting of the Antarctic ice shelves, with more numerous and larger icebergs in the lower latitudes. Combined with those ocean storms, rising sea levels will pose great security threats to small island countries and coastal populations alike. And with every year of accelerating warming, port and harbor infrastructure will face escalating security threats. Considering the enormity of these challenges, we should all be very grateful to WMO for its contribution to the UN Secretary-General's Early Warnings for All initiative. Through this drive forward, we expect by the end of 2027 to be able to ensure universal protection from hazardous weather and water and climate events through life-saving early warning systems. Speaking to a gathering such as yours, it's hardly necessary to underline that the need for such systems is more crucial than ever. So let us endeavor to give greater global bandwidth to the message that early warnings save lives and help protect livelihoods at sea and on shore. Ladies and gentlemen, my role as the UN Secretary-General's Special Envoy for the Ocean, I'm charged with leading global efforts to implement SDG 14, our agreed goal of conserving and only sustainably using the ocean's resources. The disciplines involved in reaching that goal are reinforced by the triennial UN Ocean Conferences, and here I remind you that the next conference will be held in Nice from 9 to 13 June next year. As major players within the UN system on issues pertaining to the well-being of the ocean, WMO and IMO will have central roles to play at the Nice conference, especially in such socio-economic areas as the greening, sustainability, and safety of the shipping and fishing industries, which I expect will include consideration of improved early warnings and forecasts. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm unable to join you in person at your highly germane symposium in London this week because, as part of this week's UN General Assembly debate in New York, we are holding the high-level meeting on sea level rise. In this New York meeting, we will address the severe threats posed by sea level rise and will work towards the development of comprehensive solutions and actionable commitments to address the rising ocean. I'm confident that taking the best of the outcomes of your symposium in London, along with those from the high-level meeting in New York, will give IMO and WMO the material to craft a guidance from which we can all benefit. With WMO and IMO playing key roles in the ultimate success of the UN Decade of Ocean Science, I applaud the fact that your symposium is officially registered as a contribution to the UN Decade. Thank you to every one of you present for your inputs as you focus on improving maritime safety through better collaboration between the maritime and marine weather forecasting communities. I wish you all productive thoughts and talks over the next 4 days, and I thank you for your attention.
It is now my pleasure to introduce our symposium's keynote speaker, Captain Radhika Menon. A pioneer in the maritime industry, Captain Menon is celebrated as India's first female merchant Navy captain and the first Indian woman to command a foreign-owned ship. Her illustrious career is marked by a series of groundbreaking achievements, including being the first woman to receive the International Maritime Organization Award for Exceptional Bravery at Sea in 2016. Starting her journey as a radio officer, she transitioned to a navigating officer and steadily rose through the ranks, taking command in 2012. Today, she continues her career as an active sailing master, making an indelible mark on the maritime world. In 2017, she co-founded the International Women Seafarer Foundation, the IWSF, with the primary goal of promoting the participation of women seafarers in the maritime industry. Through IWSF, she provides ongoing mentorship and support, guiding women through the challenges of their careers. Additionally, Captain Menon has been instrumental in developing and implementing best practices for gender equality and inclusivity across the maritime industry. Captain Menon has held several prestigious positions, including serving as the Vice President of the Maritime Union of India for 2 terms, and as Vice President of the Human Rights Protection Mission Women's Wing in Kerala. Her contributions have earned her numerous accolades, including the First Woman Achievers Award by the President of India and Nari Shakti Puraskar, the highest civilian honor for women in India, for her exceptional work in the field of women empowerment. Her leadership and advocacy continue to make the maritime sector a more inclusive and equitable space for all. Captain, the floor is yours.
A very good morning to esteemed dignitaries, both on and off the dais, my respected colleagues, and dedicated seafarers. It is truly an honor and privilege to be here today morning to speak on a very crucial topic of extreme maritime weather, bridging the knowledge gap for safety at sea. I would like to express my sincere thanks to WMO and IMO for providing me this wonderful opportunity to share my insights on such crucial subject. Ladies and gentlemen, as extreme weather events have become more frequent due to climate change, the maritime industry faces increasing challenges. We have witnessed a series of formidable weather events that have tested not only our vessels, but also our capacity to safeguard lives and ensure the continuation of maritime operations. Effectively tackling maritime weather challenges requires a comprehensive approach, one that integrates the accurate forecasting, robust communication system, and stringent safety measure. Any delay in any of these elements could result in catastrophic consequences. I recall vividly a rescue operation that I was involved in 2015, where a delayed weather warning nearly led to fishermen losing their lives, and the ship I was in command getting close to a deep depression, which was slowly moving northeastward. Each such incident is a stark reminder of the growing need for us to adapt and enhance our collective responses to ensure safety at sea. The importance of integrating METOcean data with maritime operations cannot be overstated. Maritime weather is inherently unpredictable, which makes an accurate forecasting not just a necessity, but a lifesaver. However, even with the best data at the fingertips, there is always a possibility of human error. Crew members can make flawed decisions about weather that lead to disastrous outcome. For this reason, I firmly believe that operational preparedness is not just about the tools and technology available to us, it's equally about the people. Training and capacity building are fundamental to preparedness. It is not enough to train seafarers alone. We must extend this training to shore-based staff, including charterers, brokers, weather routing companies, and port establishments. Unfortunately, many shore staff members lack the understanding of actual scenario at sea, which often puts extreme pressure on seafarers. I have personally experienced this, finding it very difficult to convince those ashore of the need to alter course or to delay a voyage due to impending adverse weather condition. I have been fortunate that my employers at Synergy Maritime has always supported me in these situations, but this isn't always the case industry-wide. Moreover, discrepancies in weather data provided by various sources can be alarming. There is an urgent need to streamline the accuracy of the data so that seafarers and shore staff alike can make reliable, informed decisions. In particular, ship routing for safety and fuel optimization must always prioritize safety when the weather conditions turn rough. To truly address these challenges, shore-based personnel in ship routing must possess relevant competencies. This includes deep understanding of meteorological data, vessel performance, and psychological pressure faced by seafarers during extreme weather conditions. Another vital aspect is coordination between the stakeholders. Seamless communication between meteorological agencies, shipping companies, and port authorities is essential. Only through effective collaboration can we ensure that everyone has access to the most up-to-date weather data and can make informed decisions based on that information. To bridge the knowledge gap, we must foster collaboration between meteorologists, maritime experts, and policymakers. Sharing knowledge, leveraging new technologies, and developing innovative solutions will enhance our preparedness and response to extreme weather at sea. In summary, the maritime industry must adapt and do so swiftly to safeguard its crew, protect its cargo, and ensure sustainable continuation of global trade. I am pleased that over the next few days, this symposium will highlight the critical role of timely warning and improved risk assessment and mitigating the impacts of extreme maritime weather. I am confident that we will dive deep into the latest research, technologies, and strategies designed to enhance maritime safety and resilience. I look forward to engaging with all of you, exploring ways we can strengthen our collective efforts and forging a path towards a safer and more sustainable maritime future. Finally, I believe the insights we gain from this symposium will be vital to preserving the maritime industry's critical role in global trade while reducing environmental impacts and improving safety standards, ensuring we remain resilient and adaptable on the high seas. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your remarks. I can't imagine a more perfect opening underscoring the importance of weather information and the timeliness of decision-making. A great deal of progress has been made since the 2019 symposium. Before I continue, I would like to take a moment to recognize the President of the WMO Services Commission, Mr. Ian Lisk, for his support of marine services. Ian will be here throughout the week and is leading a session later this week to help us summarize and bring together some of our high-level concepts for action. Mr. Lisk and Ms. Barrett's presence is testament to the importance of this symposium to the WMO and the commitment of the WMO to the safety at sea. I would now like to introduce the final speakers of this opening session, Dr. Sarah Grimes and Mr. Hiro Yoki Yamada. Sarah leads the WMO's Marine Services Division, and Hiro is the director of IMO's Maritime Safety Division. Sarah and Hiro will discuss progress made since the first WMO-IMO Symposium in 2019.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's really wonderful to see the room full, and IMO Secretary-General, hello. Thank you very much for coming, Deputy Secretary-General, and thank you very much for your speech, Captain Raduca. So I was involved in the first symposium almost 5 years ago next month, and I have the honour of presenting the work that we have been doing since then. We listened to the discussions back in 2019, and we've worked very hard together with the IMO to come today to another symposium where we will progress on the recommendations from the first, and I'll give you some context that will lead into this week. So we were in this building back in 2019, and we were very pleased to have more than 200 participants at the time from over 40 countries, and it really highlighted to us what an important topic this was, that at this stage in the UN it hadn't really been discussed what is going on with extreme maritime weather and the impacts that is having on the shipping industry, and bringing those communities together to the IMO was really a critical first step leading towards today. There were 5 key focus areas identified back in 2019, and these have formed the development of the program that you will see here this week. Collaboration across communities, knowledge opportunities for seafarers and forecasters, similar to what Captain Menon mentioned, the capacity development element, observations and data collection, the critical infrastructure that feeds into the forecasts and early warnings. How do we get those early warnings and forecasts out in the best possible way? And are we meeting the needs of seafarers from the meteorological community? I will just very briefly speak about some of the successes that we've worked since the 2019 symposium, and areas where we still need to progress work. In terms of collaboration, we've worked very hard to improve the coordination between the meteorological and navigation area coordinators. There's been more active and frequent participation between WMO and IMO at the meetings, as well as with Met Ocean forecasters attending those meetings. And particularly the polar area, which is subject to a lot of change from climate change, there's been quite a lot of focus on engagement between the maritime and Met Ocean communities, particularly with the Arctic Council, and also with the IMO, who held a Polar Maritime seminar in 2022 where WMO was speaking at that. The WMO Secretary-General last year was invited to speak to Guard, Charterers and Traders annual seminar, the Marine Insurance Group, and they had particularly a lot of interest and questions to the WMO Secretary-General about climate change and the impacts to the insurance industry. So we've done our best to feed into these discussions, but there are areas where we can improve, work in progress, more opportunities for direct interaction between the marine weather and other maritime community entities, and this week is one of those critical moments when we can continue that conversation and discussion. In terms of capacity development and training, this was a really loud call at the last symposium that it was absolutely necessary to bring the communities together and also to improve both communities in their own understanding of each other. WMO has actually invested quite a bit of financial and human resource into particularly the professional development of marine forecasters. There's been an innovative development of a WMO Marine Services course that will be explained later. There's also been training and guidance by WMO for marine services and particularly ice forecasting, recognising the sensitivity in the polar regions, and also improving the professional competency of Met Ocean forecasters to deliver their products. There's been a collaboration between IMO and WMO to start looking, particularly at the IMO model courses, to see where the weather information needs review and update. Through WMO, we've also been creating public awareness videos that not only helps the Met Ocean forecasters, but they're available to the public so people can begin to understand what it is that the meteorological community is doing to improve maritime safety and marine emergency response. There's also been partnerships with NGOs, and I would like particularly to call out the Nautical Institute, who have been a very strong partner. Many of you know who they are in the room, and they will be speaking later today. And just recently, there was an extreme weather symposium survey that the Nautical Institute led through their professional networks, and spoke about that in a moment. But that was a really powerful tool for us to hear, and actually hear directly from the mariner community. There's, of course, work in progress. we still need to improve our understanding of the seafarers' needs, and again, this week will be an opportunity to do that. And we also need to raise the awareness of seafarers in using the Met Ocean products that are delivered by the Met Ocean community. This one, observations and data collection, this was a very another critical recommendation at the first symposium. The infrastructure that is involved, the observations at sea, the data collection is absolutely critical to the forecasts that are developed and the models developed to give those products and services to mariners. But at the last symposium, we had a statistic from the International Chamber of Shipping combined with the WMO data network. In 2019, only 2,500 ships voluntarily provided Met Ocean data out of 80,000 ships. So it's only approximately 3% within international trade. And I'm afraid to say that that hasn't really changed in 5 years. And in particular this week, tomorrow, there will be a session on that. We really want to implore the mariner community to get involved in the voluntary observing system. We have had some successes in that voluntary observing ship system has become more automated, and that has taken the pressure off the human capacity to do the observations, and there has been an increase in observations, which is fantastic, by 25%. So we're now getting up to 360,000 a month, but unfortunately we only have about 3% of potential ships contributing. There is huge room for improvement, and in addition we have significant gaps in the Southern Hemisphere and much of the Central Pacific, so that's something that will be delved into tomorrow. In terms of dissemination, how do we actually get the early warnings and forecasts out there? There's been a lot of work between WMO and IMO communities to ensure the Iridium Safety Cast service implementation has progressed. The Met Area Coordinators have been working closely as well with their National Marine Meteorological Services, and just last week at the UK Met Office, who hosted all the Met Area Coordinators for their meeting there. It's really important that everyone globally is talking to each other, learning from each other's experience. There's still work in progress. Again, this will be discussed during the week, the standards for the S100 compliance for weather and sea ice, and better exploitation. Technology is advancing rapidly, and we know that high-speed internet exists at sea. How can we utilise that more? And that's something also for discussion this week. Of course, we need to meet the seafarers' needs. The Met Ocean community doesn't always have that direct access to know what the seafarer wants, but we have been working hard to improve the technical regulations and guidance that WMO produces to help the Met services to reach the standard and competency to give those products. There's been development of marine emergency response guidance that will also be spoken further about this week. There's been also new regional specialised meteorological centres set up for global numerical storm surge prediction and guidelines for coastal inundation, and this has a significant impact for ports and harbours. And as Ambassador Peter Thompson mentioned in his video address this week, the high-level event on sea level rise is being discussed in New York. So that's another area of attention where we've been able to contribute, but more work to be done. Also work in progress, exploring the public-private partnerships. How can Maritime Weather Enterprise better support the safe shipping, particularly with impact-based decision support products? And of course, we know through the IMO community, there's a lot of discussion on vessel propulsion and emissions regulations. How can products and services that the Met Ocean community can produce and deliver, how can that also influence that area? Just to go back in terms of the Nautical Institute survey, this is something that we really wanted to highlight. The early results, just the early results. We will be aiming to provide a webinar after the symposium to go further into the results. But the Nautical Institute, partnered with WMO and IMO, released a survey to the seafarers. And 16 questions were asked. We tried to keep it simple. 3 of them required text responses. Participation was solicited via social media, and we had over 200 respondents, of which almost 60% indicated they were seafarers. Almost 50% were captains and masters, which was really good for us to hear what their opinions were. more than 90% had experience aboard large ships. So this was a really useful group of people we were hearing from in these results. There were good and not so good results that came from this survey. So first of all, the positives. We have almost 90% of those respondents who actually feel quite confident in their ability to interpret weather charts and text-based digital warnings and forecasts. That's fantastic. Almost 80% also used authoritative government weather sources. That's a very positive for the WMO because that's our members who are providing those sources. More than 80% were also using private sector sources. So that's also very important for the WMO community to understand the value of the private sources and how we are to work together in that. And of course, some shipping companies have their own meteorologist, and we will hear from somebody this week, a cruise company who is such a person. Almost 70% of the respondents indicated weather forecasts were generally received in time, so that's a great tick for the Met services. But then we had the less positive results, that approximately 40% of the seafarers didn't actually receive weather-specific training from an accredited or authoritative weather program. Almost 30% said that their weather training was adequate or somewhat useful, so perhaps there's a lot of room for improvement in there. 65% of those who responded said their companies did not report the weather observations at sea, and that aligns with my earlier comment about the need for more observations voluntarily if that was feasible. And 20% actually expressed some distrust in the weather warnings and forecasts. So that's something that, as the Met Ocean community, we need to pay attention to that and hope that we can reduce that statistic. And another question we did ask, what are the most challenging weather conditions you have experienced at sea, near the coast or in port? And the number one was restricted visibility. So this was another eye-opener for us. Okay, so we need to pay attention to that from the forecasting side. And we do acknowledge that waves were within the top three categories, and perhaps parametric rolling, which does cause significant impact, wasn't necessarily included in that waves category. It might have been captured as others. So we really do want to take those survey results and dive deeper and understand more how we can support the maritime community. We will talk about those 5 themes this week. It's been organised in the sessions. We hope that this is an opportunity to build partnerships. Please, we want people to talk to each other. Use the time this week. It'll be fantastic to get the engagement happening. And we also want to understand what can we do differently to support the people in the room. There's insurance agencies in here. There's the Met Ocean providers. We've got the seafarers. We've got at shore and at sea stakeholders. So we really look forward to this week and getting started. And I would like to also ask the IMO Secretariat to also give an understanding of what the progress has been from their point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, chairs. And the distinguished participants, and welcome to IMO. At this symposium, we have common goals towards maritime safety. And as you know, that we have a very long cooperation history between IMO and WMO. At IMO, as you know, that main requirements are stipulated in the main convention for the safety of life at sea, SOLAS convention, and there are many other resolutions and guidelines. In particular, the IMO, WMO, Worldwide Met Ocean Information and Warning Services. This is one of the main Assembly resolution. After the first symposium, that in 1929, I think, and there are several developments here at IMO. The first one is developments on further dissemination of maritime safety, the information, particularly via the satellite system, such as Iridium, Inmarsat, and Baidu. And also, we have been conducting the comprehensive review of the STCW Convention. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. STCW Convention, which is our core instrument for seafarers, the requirements and certification. And another the progress is that Sarah mentioned that we have been reviewing the several model courses, relevant model courses. And this year in May at Maritime Safety Committee, we have approved the revised maritime services description in the context of e-navigation, which is issued as MSC circular, and including the MS-14 Meteorological Information Service. And after the first symposium, it was concluded that the better communication between meta-ocean forecasters and the maritime industry was needed. So therefore, at this session, the event that we aim to strengthen the collaboration among these stakeholders. As all mentioned, that the title of this symposium, Extreme Maritime Weather, is, I think, a very topical issue that under the current, the climate change, the condition. So therefore, we have several agendas, all they are very important. And as YSG mentioned, that we are also developing the requirements for autonomous ship using the digital technology and satellite. And for this, the autonomous ships, I think the outcome of this, the symposium may may provide the good inputs to our development of this the new instrument. So thank you very much, and we hope that this symposium will be very fruitful and provide you the meaningful the information for the future shipping. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Grimes and Mr. Yamada, for this reflection and any progress made ever since the first symposium back in 2019. And with that, we are, which is good to note, that we're back on track, back on schedule, and we are about to have our first coffee break. And before I send you to enjoy your coffees, I would like to inform you that the coffee is co-sponsored by Environment and Climate Change Canada and Met Service New Zealand. And with that, coffee can be found on the first floor. And I note that the symposium will reconvene promptly at 11 o'clock for session 2 on extreme weather and safety at sea. Thank you.
Mr. Andrew Kinsey. Andrew Kinsey, one of the speaker, could you come up to the podium, please?
Welcome, everyone, to Session 2, Extreme Weather and Safety at Sea. Before I introduce our moderator, I'd like to invite any speakers for this session that are in the room to please join us on stage at this time. The moderator for this session is Justina Vujichko. Justina chairs the WMO's Advisory Group on the Worldwide Met Ocean Information and Warning Service, or WWMIWS, and heads the Norwegian Meteorological Institute's Tromsø Forecasting Division, and is also the coordinator for Met Area 19.
Thank you very much, Ali, for your introduction. Good morning, all. During this session, we will hear 4 talks that will set the stage for the remaining session for this week's symposium. Please note that the timing for this session will not allow for a panel discussion, so I encourage everyone to take full advantage of the questions and answer periods after each presentation. Our first speaker will be Joseph Sienkiewicz. Joe is Chief of the Ocean Application Branch for NOAA Ocean Prediction Center. He has over 35 years of experience as a marine forecaster, and he trained marine forecasters around the world on the use of satellite-derived data in forecasting. Joe began his career as a seafarer himself, working 5 years as a mate and relief captain on tugboats based in New York Harbor. Joe?
Thank you, Stina, and thank you for the opportunity to take part in this important symposium. It's me, sorry. So I can't think of a better place to start than the language of Safety of Life at Sea Convention, Chapter 5, Safety of Navigation, of which Met Ocean Services is a very critical part and listed in Regulation 5. Contracting governments undertake to carry out in cooperation the following to warn ships of gales, storms, and tropical cyclones. Shall be transmitted in text and, as far as practicable, graphical form. And I do consider graphical to also be gridded in my interpretation, in my own head. So this organization, IMO, basically defines maritime safety information as navigational and meteorological warnings. In addition, meteorological forecasts and other urgent safety-related messages. So to put context, these are sort of our foundational words. By the way, does anyone know when this language is introduced into SOLAS? 1929. So I list here the typical hazards of which we're all familiar in this community. And I'm not going to go through the hazards, but I added my own notes there in perception with my own experience and our experience having tasked with two Med areas, Med Area 4 and Med Area 12, parts of the North Pacific and the North Atlantic. And the key points here are, one is explosive intensification of cyclones, be it tropical, extratropical, is still and remains a challenge in the prediction mode and in the observation mode. The remainder of those is what is key is observations on the scale that's impactful. So we may see observations at a certain resolution, isolated observations or satellite observations, but what's in between those observations? Also, what are the upper limits of a phenomena? The next one is scale. Scale meaning the scale that's something that is impactful, and a great example of that is ice. Ice impactful on the scales of navigation in the decision process. Thunderstorms and squalls this past year, the Gallant in the Bahamas, Bayesian on the north coast of Sicily. So let me go ahead and move forward. We're going to look at 5 cases quickly. The first one is an extratropical cyclone that occurred off the southeast coast of the U.S. in 2016. It far exceeded forecasts, but not only that, this is, in my 35 years, the absolute strongest cyclone that we've observed. Doesn't mean it's happened, but it means it's observed, in part because of a cruise ship that was drawn into the storm. 140 knots. What doesn't say there is over less than an hour, winds were 130 to over 140 knots. And the end of that hour is where the ship is on the diagram relationship to the storm. What also isn't there is the seas that reached, per the captain, estimating up to 15 meters. Again, explosive intensification that occurred faster than predictions allowed. My own forecast office, basically, we were forecasting minimal hurricane force conditions. Still, over 20 years ago, we wouldn't have even been able to forecast that. But still, we were underdone on the conditions. The impact to the ship was significant. It lost half its propulsion system due to wave action and the fact that the ship had a prolonged list. And that list basically made the propulsion system more vulnerable. So there were minor injuries and there were cosmetic damages, but the ship kept the water out to be impactful, but still was a very significant event. Again, explosive deepening cyclone. We don't know the upper limits of extratropical storms, and this one really pushed that bar way farther high than we thought. Next case was a ship that was not in storm conditions or extreme conditions. It was in the edge of the subtropical high, coming across the Pacific and actively routing. The graphic there is 66 hours before the container loss occurred. And the parent storm, or the source storm, is there well to the northwest of the track of hurricane force conditions. This ship was impacted by the swell train generated by extreme winds. Was not in extreme conditions as far as wind goes or Beaufort scale. It was about 4 or 3. So in their list, on the third bullet down, are the roll angles over a minute and 40 seconds. And this is surmised from a post-analysis. So 11 degrees, 12 degrees on the port side, 22 degrees, and then 30 degrees. Then 25, and then started to dampen. So that quickly, in a minute and 40 seconds, 689 containers went overboard. 250 on deck were damaged. So extremes actually do occur, have impacts well removed from the actual extreme event. Next slide is a breaking wave striking a cruise vessel coming from Antarctica, coming back north to Argentina, Port Ushuaia. Was in force 11 conditions. It was in northwesterly flow. Basically, the warm jet in advance of a cold front, and seas 6 to 9 meters. The specific wave of the wave strike was estimated to be between 11 and 16 meters. And literally, it is on CCTV from the ship. Water ingress is really a very soft term, what transpired. Basically, violent wave action went through, bent the frames of the windows, is what is surmised, and pushed the windows in. The interior bulkheads to the staterooms were pushed into the passageway, the interior passageway. There was one fatality, and 8 passengers, in addition, were injured. The next case was not an investigated case, but this is an example of scale and waves. This is wave-current interaction and the impact of that. This is a loaded crude carrier of 250 meters heading south from Newfoundland. It actually was practicing excellent seamanship and attempted to cross the Gulf Stream while a cyclone of storm force was passing at the time. And you can actually almost see the fingerprints of the wind and wave action on the ship as it moved through. Slowed significantly, hove to in the Gulf Stream. The assumption is wave action. The criticality of this is that this is on a scale we can't predict. One is it needs coupled modeling because of the wave-current interaction. The other is it needs observations of current. Current is challenging. It's not of the scale, say, of geostrophic current. Actually, it's a very small, relatively small scale. This is relatively large in the Gulf Stream. But still, where the current is maximum and where the conditions are going to be is still a challenge. Okay, the last slide actually was Dr. Barrett mentioned earlier. This is just a little over a month ago with Hurricane Ernesto as it was approaching Bermuda. And avoidance was practiced fairly well across the board. 2 ships attempted to go across in front of the storm. Neither one of them made it, meaning that they maybe missed the eye. The other one was actually drawn into the eye. That was a loaded crude carrier going from Texas to the UK, to north of here. The one to the north, actually, you don't see the impact there, but slowed and actually hove to for about 20 hours and was in seas up to about 13 meters as later measured by a sail drone. So the southern ship, the crude carrier, looks like it went through the western eye wall and may have been on the western side of the eye. In this day and age, with the information that's available, this is challenging to still see. So, in summary, weather warnings, Med-Ocean services are absolutely critical to the services that we do and to those that we serve. The case studies, the explosive intensification, combination of winds and waves, were able to overcome and basically overpower a cruise ship with over 6,000 people on board. It far exceeded the forecast capabilities. The other next 3 waves. Waves were the critical components and impacts to the vessels. And the 2 vessels encountering, no evidence of avoidance, and were overcome by the conditions where they basically were hove to for a period of time. They likely were not damaged. There was no damage reported, but still, they limited their chances for if something happened, they would run out of options very, very quickly. So I'm just going to put this up here for consideration as this week. One is text bulletins. Is that still the adequate way that we communicate? I know my office is struggling because of the information that we have is so detailed. Observations are still absolutely critical in this to better understand, again, on the scales of impacts. So wave current interactions they're relatively common. I mean, this is an area here where there's an awful lot of current, but we still are at the point where we can't really predict that well, and in part because of observations. We always mentioned about training, but there are basically training aspects. One of them in the investigations of the container losses, and this was not the only one, the one that with Maersk Essen, but also the one APIS that was earlier that year, that training to the mariner and training to the services providing routing on the impacts and potential for parametric rolling. And other obviously, training in general. We just saw the statistics there. Weather's not always the direct cause, but it really sets the stage and can limit options. And with that, the last is that in the investigative reports that I've read, there's typically little mention of the Met Ocean services by the Met areas in the reports and in the decision process. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Joe. It's really interesting, and your cases you presented just presented how weather affects maritime operations. So I'm opening the floor for the questions.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course. Please.
So I'll ask a question. Of the 5 cases you presented there, has there been any sort of official follow-up in the lessons learnt that is being shared to the shipping industry? I see your findings, that's great, but has that kind of promulgated out to everybody so that we can learn from what you've just presented effectively to try and prevent it the next time?
I think one is internally, and internally was, especially with the first case, is the intensity, the rapid intensification, and also the realization that from a satellite image, it didn't look much different than any other rapid intensifying storm. And to see conditions, one is to increase that much. The impact with a cruise ship, again, with 6,000 plus people on board, but internally within our forecasters we're limited by the observations that we have. And we use, like many Met services, we use scatterometry as a basis. That's the good news, but the limitation of the resolution and the capability of a scatterometer, it's limited. The ASCAT's limited about 85 knots. That's going to be addressed in the next series, which will be launched in 2026. But the internal lesson is that the numbers that you see in a forecast do not necessarily represent of the impact potential, but then also of what actually happens on the scale of a vessel operating. So, and externally, I think I would have to go externally basically I'm looking at Craig from Royal Caribbean in the front row, and anyone else who actually wants to add a comment.
This is Craig Setzer with Royal Caribbean Group. So one of the problems we have is that when Anthem of the Seas arrived in New York after the event, they were met with media, cameras, and lawyers. And so to the extent that litigation is involved, sometimes the lessons learned are kept internal until all the cases are resolved.
Thank you, Craig. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have one more question from Argentina, please.
Yes, thank you very much. It was a great presentation to initiate discussions. I would like to make a short comment and a question. The short comment is about case number 3. I was on board icebreaker Almirante Irizar at that time when the accident happened. We were aware of the situation on the Drake Passage. I guess sometimes the schedules of the tourist operators are causing to take some of these situations that increase the risk of the navigation. Maybe it's not only training for mariners, also give the correct information on board the ship when the rough sea is on stage. And my question is there any chance that all the accidents reports are available for training and for all the seafarers and marine community? Thank you.
Thank you. Great question and great point. First of all, the reports, all the reports that I've looked at are available online. So there's actually a link on the U.S. Coast Guard investigation page to the Norwegian accident investigative group who did the accident, obviously because of the registry of the vessel. I think there's one thing that we underdo is we tend to put a number on sea state, 6 to 9 meters in that example. And I think that in our training, it gets a little bit lost that actually represents a distribution. And there are tails in the distribution. And I don't mean this as sort of sort of covering, but I think there's a bit of an underappreciation that does imply, if it's 9 meters, that then there is a probability of something significantly higher. It's not zero. The other one, and I didn't mention this, it was one of the bullets, is in essence, that ship was not scheduled to be there. It had a passenger who was injured, not on the ship, but in a inflatable, and had both legs broken. The ship, in essence, was doing a medevac. So its urgency was at a different level than returning, to meet a schedule. But I think you're right that scheduling can be an issue where decisions have to be weighed, whether or not, to be there in that location or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And 2 last questions, first from South Africa and then Bahamas.
Thank you. I must say first that thank you for the good presentation. From my side, it's not more of a question, but a comment. We have received a request basically from our Maritime Authority. They've reported an increase in vessels that were affected along our coastline, and mostly some of them were cargo vessels, but they wanted to understand more what would have been the cause, because some of these incidents, they've actually happened when we did not have severe weather events. We do have a wave interaction model, but it's not yet operational. And the reason it's not operational is because we have not yet validated the model. And we've basically just been battling in terms of validation due to lack of observations. But now going into the request to perhaps it might work if we could have a guideline for wave interaction model that the Met services could basically follow, so we can improve or get to a point where we can operationalize this model. So the issues of breaking waves are really impacting, or we're rather seeing an increase in terms of the impacts of such, but without this model being operational, it's a challenge.
Thank you kindly for your comments. And I don't know the answer directly, but I do know that there's a strong wave modeling community under the Wave Watch modeling system. And there are others that are struggling with the same issues that you are, because one is that our currents have to be, we really have to have a good idea where and how strong currents are and how sharp the gradients are in order to get interactions more properly predicted, or actually to occur in the model, in the modeling systems. So there is an opportunity and a fear that conceivably, as we move to coupled modelings, we may actually make our predictions worse because we may not have features in the correct place. So your concerns and considerations going forward are really quite valid. And I'm not so sure I've answered your question, but anyway, thank you. We'll talk.
Thank you very much. And the last question is from Bahamas.
Thank you, moderator. And good morning to all distinguished delegates. Joseph, we want to first of all thank you for your presentation. We live in an age of satellites. My question is, do we have sufficient coverage which should add to our forward forecasting, or is there a lack of communication, direct communication to ships in the area and to the various point of contacts? Thank you.
Thank you, and I would call that a loaded question, but thank you for your question. So first, the satellite side, I'll answer it obviously as a Med-Ocean person, that we do have, phenomenal imagery, but it doesn't answer all the questions, and we rely on other remotely sensed data sets. I already mentioned scatterometry, altimetry, but they don't have full coverage. That we see snippets of information and gather, can make interpretations from that, but we don't have a consistency of seeing a phenomena change over time, for instance. On the other side, on the satellite with communications, there are, and there'll be discussions here about e-navigation, electronic navigation, and moves forward in something called S100. Weather is a critical component of that, weather information. And there is the use and availability of broadband at sea, from what I understand, I was at a recent hydrographic meeting in Tokyo, that the use and availability of broadband is growing rapidly aboard ships, in part out of a human need to communicate. So the idea of e-navigation is actually going to be predicated on broadband accessibility. And this organization is working through that challenge with its members. So I hope I've answered your question, and thank you very much for the kind words.
Thank you very much, Joe. One more time, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for good questions. And I just want to remind to inform that Joe is going to be here all week, so you will get possibility to ask him additional questions. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Peter Broadhurst. Peter is the Senior Vice President of Safety and Regulatory Matters at Inmarsat Marine. Peter has over 25 years of experience in maritime industry, beginning his career as a radio officer. Peter is also the acting president of Committee International Radio Maritime, and it is this capacity that he's speaking with us today. Peter?
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator, for the introduction. It's always weird when somebody tries to explain who you are. So I'm not a meteorologist, I'm not a weatherman, but I'm British, so I talk about the weather a lot. There you go, that's my entertainment for the day. As I said, I work for Inmarsat, and Inmarsat is a satellite operator, and so we have a lot of interest in space weather. A significant amount of interest in space weather. And we have seen how that has improved over the years in terms of our reporting and how it impacts us in our operations. And I've also seen through the years that I've been at Inmarsat and in the maritime industry, from an ex-radio officer where I sailed on a ship, and I've sailed through the eye of a hurricane. It wasn't a very, I would say, severe hurricane, but it is quite beautiful in the middle. I can tell you that now, in the eye. And I've also been on a ship in the Caribbean running away from a hurricane, and when the ship can only do 16 knots and a hurricane's doing 19 knots, the reporting of weather for the captain was essential. And getting that weather information very quickly was very, very important. So I speak with a little bit of experience. But I really want to talk about safety, because I'm really kind of proactive around safety for our industry, for our seafarers, and for the assets at sea. Each year I do a report on the number of distress calls that we have. And the number of distress calls is the same every year. It's roughly around 800 distress calls. And if I look at where those distress calls are, and you can see it online, it's a free report, it's the future of maritime safety, we've been doing it for 4 years now. They're roughly in the same place. They're mainly coastal, not deep sea, And they are for a number of reasons, but the same reasons occur over and over again. Groundings, listings, fires. We don't seem to be learning from our previous mistakes, hence my question to you, Joseph. And so I'm very proactive about trying to change that. Now, I'm not pointing fingers or anything like that, but I just want to emphasize that we have a long way to go in terms of safety. Now, we're in actually a good position because the Lloyd's List report, which is one of the best reports for data, showed that there's 26 losses last year. 8 of them were with weather as a contributing factor. That is 70% down on the trend. So the actual losses of ships' tonnage is declining. We are doing a really good job in terms of safety. But what we don't have from data is the full picture, because this goes back to the reporting. It goes back to delays in reporting. And as our learned friend here from RCCL said, there's commercial interests around when those reports will come to the floor and when they'll actually be exposed and when we can really learn from them. Whereas in other industries, we're really, really keen on top of getting that data out as to why it happened so we can learn from it and learn from it quickly. So I think there's a lot more that we can do in terms of the reporting and the consolidation of data. And on this panel, with insurers, and we've got flag states in the room, all of that kind of thing, I think there's so much more we can do because we all have a significant amount of data as we push forward. Lloyd's List also do a fatality report, and it's roughly 100 from what they can gather. 100 seafarers die in commercial shipping. Compared to fishing, that's insignificant. The fishing report found 20,000 fatalities, and they believe it's up to 100,000 fatalities. And as you probably all know, the World Health Organization says there's over 300,000 people a year drown at sea. It's a significant problem, and some of that is obviously contributed to weather. Now, the ILO are going to make compulsory reporting of fatalities at sea by December 2024, which will be really good. Hopefully, we will be able to get a picture, a true picture of where this industry is, so that we can have a benchmark and start to move forward from that. Moving back to the safety, the proactive part of what's called GMDSS, because, again, I'll be a little bit flippant. When I was at sea as a radio officer, tapping a Morse key, GMDSS was conceived through the member states in the IMO. And I said, as a radio officer, GMDSS, or we all did, God may decide to save someone because the electronics won't help you. Actually, GMDSS is really proactive. It's pretty good in the way that it operates. And now Iridium has joined GMDSS from a satellite perspective. Going back to my learned friend from the Bahamas and his question, we did a poll and asked lots of people across lots of industries, what is the role of satellite in our life, not just communications? 75% thought we could do without satellites. 75%. That's no GPS, no communications, no meteorological information, all of that kind of stuff. The general public don't really understand satellites and the data that we're gathering, all this technology information, which I thought was quite interesting. We send over 30,000 MSI messages a month. Most of them are meteorological. We send it to every seafarer in text format. And coming back to Joseph's point of view, and we are working with a company called Dryad, who are here today, where we are taking that text format and converting it into a graphical interface, a graphical format. Unfortunately, with my CIRM hat on, Lloyd's Register just did another report of the largest cruise ship that's just been launched, sailing through confined waters. It had 72 ECDIS alarms per hour. How a navigator is cancelling those alarms and navigating a vessel with 72 alarms going off per hour, I don't know. In the engine room, 2,200 alarms per hour. The human interface and the human element is really important. And the text information that we send has to be converted from that text into some way that the navigator can relate to it. A navigator who's doing a 4-hour watch and then the next navigator's coming on and the next navigator's coming on. We have to move forward with a graphical interface. And we've heard about S100 and S124, which as CIM we're fully behind, but we're also very concerned about introduction, training, and the ability for everybody to get to use that format. So I think we need to look after the navigators today, and that's why I think what we're doing with Dryad in terms of taking those text messages, converting them into a graphical format, is a real way forward for everybody. I will have a little bit of a go at the MSI providers, unfortunately. We see messages that are very long, that have safety at the beginning, urgency in the middle, safety at the end. I don't know how we are formatting this. I think it needs to be reviewed in terms of how the navigator is really getting the pertinent information that's for them, because it must be harder and harder for these navigators to take that text information and relate to it. We're also sending a lot of irrelevant weather to vessels. So a classic one is ice warnings to vessels off of Florida. Again, I'm not the navigator on the ship. I can see these messages that are going out. I think we need to be a little bit clever around what we're doing there because of that human element. The crewing on ships is reduced and reduced. The pressures on them are so intense. And that's why every accident will say human element. There's definitely a human element in it because actually they're the people making decisions. But our job is to give them the information in the right way so they can make the right decisions. And there is a culture issue. We have to look at this commercial aspect against safety aspect. We have to raise safety above commercial interests. Still, vessels are going through the Red Sea. Still, they're going through storms because of the commercial pressures that are on the captain to do that. And we need to make sure that safety is put at the highest. As we heard from the keynote speaker, and she said a very good company that supported that, but not all the companies are doing that. I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to take any questions. I'm happy to be told I was wrong on points, or I really would like how we move forward. I think we're doing the right thing in this symposium, and I think we need a little bit more concrete action, hopefully by the end of the week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation, Peter. I need to keep to the schedule, so we have time for 2 questions. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. A question in terms of text and graphics. A lot of what you described seems there's a yearning for more graphical information out there. So from an industry perspective, higher and higher bandwidth capabilities. Can you speak to that a little bit when it comes to graphical information over satellite, for example?
So in what I was pointing to was actually software that will take the text and convert the text into graphical. So in that context, you don't need to pass any more data. It's taking what you're saying today. In fact, one of the things that we looked at was one of the coordinators had actually put the wrong digits in the position, and it created a band all the way around the Earth. So if the navigator had plotted that, it would have put this band around the... So actually, for an MSI provider, it's fantastic because you can see that's the area I want, and you can see the graphical, so you can use it yourself as opposed to just on the ship. So in that context. But in terms of broadband, yeah. Again, commercial, the price per megabit, the price per gigabit is falling drastically. Makes it hard for me as a company, but it's great for the end user. And digitalization, cybersecurity, all that kind of stuff need to be factored in, but there's no reason why now why you can't get good weather information. A lot of people are taking weather information mainly for weather routing for commercial reasons, and I'd like to think that safety is going to play a bigger role in that, but there's no reason why you can't have very good weather from private companies in terms of assisting you on a weather routing now, because shipping is, and this is not my phrase, but if you look at shipping all across, the top 20% are first movers. They've all got huge amounts of bandwidth. The next 30% are the followers. Those ones are all moving to high bandwidth capabilities. The last 50% are the laggards. Their business model works. They don't need a lot of data, but they're going to get pulled in that direction, most definitely, because, as I say, the price is falling. We need to give more welfare to crew. We need to give higher performance standards. And if bandwidth can support safety, and safety will support a return on investment, most definitely.
Thank you very much. Last and quick questions.
Real briefly, and we can follow up with more discussion, but your comment about irrelevant weather information taking up much of the space, I think, speaks to the fact that a lot of this is legacy information that we provided because that's what we could provide as meteorologists and the meteorological forecast. And how do we pivot from that sort of standard meteorological data to hazard information, waves, visibility, these other factors that are coming up, and provide that in a probabilistic framework so we get to that hazard information? Maybe that's a broader discussion we can have later on, but just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand some of the issues you have because your weather data is not just maritime focused. And neither should it be. But there's no reason why that can't be filtered for the mariner. You know, and in the new ECDIS standards, the S100, and S124, there's no reason why it can't be, you know, a vessel can only sail at a certain speed. It will only be this area of operation. And so there can be more logic, and we talk about AI, but it's not really necessarily to go to that level. It just needs to be able to be a little bit more clever, pragmatic, and sensitive around that information that it's taken for a very large area and applying it in reality to what that vessel needs. So I think there's, I don't think you necessarily need to change your working model. I think we need to have the, that information really captured towards the individual vessel's requirements as there. And that drives the culture as well. You know, you showed two vessels going through the hurricane. We go back to the El Faro, where that sailed through the hurricane, and the captain knew there was a hurricane. From the Marine Accident Investigation report. So we need to make sure that, as I say, safety is put at the top, and that's why I think your information needs to be recognized as this is, you know, take note of this and basically recognize that you've accepted it and you're taking that risk. We'll hear from the insurers, so that'll give you their perspective.
Thank you very much. I see a few flags, but unfortunately we do not have time for more questions, but use opportunity during the lunch break to ask questions to Peter. Thank you very much. Our third speaker for this session is Captain Andrew Kinsey, Director of the Marine Risk Consulting Unit and at Integrated Specialty Coverages, a leading multi-line insurance program administrator. Captain Kinsey is a seasoned maritime professional with a career spanning more than 25 years at sea and is a globally recognized expert with a wealth of knowledge and experience across many phases of the maritime landscape. Andrew.
Thank you. Should have our presentation up. Here we are. Okay. I wanted to touch on a couple of things. First, we're going to look at the current headlines, I guess, as we say, and then the impacts on a larger scale on the supply chain and how those impacts relate to the insurance market. We are not talking just about hull or P&I cover here. We're talking about the cargo interests as well. So what we're seeing currently is that geopolitical tensions have led to a significant rerouting of global container cargoes as well as other shipping. Now, the ultra-large container vessels that are currently transiting are facing a situation where they were traditionally planned for Red Sea transits. So when you're now looking at transiting Cape of Good Hope in the winter, the impacts on the vessel, the crew, and also the cargo are significant. The severe weather and sea conditions that these vessels are now subject to have direct impacts on cargo stowage and cargo securing. When we look at it, these boxes were packed for a Red Sea transit in the summer. So even the cargoes that make it successfully, if the vessel doesn't have a significant event and they don't have boxes over the side, you're then looking at a situation where the cargo that does arrive can then be opened and found in a deteriorated condition, either internal blocking and bracing or insufficient desiccant, so with the change in temperatures and the humidity as a result. In the insurance market, we refer to these as attritional losses. They're the small losses that add up. So while we see a lot of the headline grabbing, from an insurance side, we look at this in a larger context of how it's impacting overall account support, I guess would be the best way to put it. Another significant issue when we look at this rerouting is that ports along the way are not designed with the infrastructure to support. This is especially important as we start to look at alternative fuels. When we look at bunkering capacity on liner runs, not every port can support them. In addition, if we have an instant where we have significant stow impact, can the ports support a salvage operation? Now, on the global supply chain impacts here, as we can see, it's not just Cape of Good Hope routing, but in the past we've had significant ones in the North Pacific. As we look at these changes, one, it's ultra-large container vessels, 24,000 TEU and above. And then we look at new shipping routes or weather impacts on current shipping routes, then we really see the supply chain impacts. So it's not just the heavy weather, but it's also weather. It's also rain, low river levels in South America or on the Mississippi. Panama Canal transit's impacted. All of these impact global supply chain. And when we have this type of impact on a global supply chain, we then have to modify where we're working the cargo, how we're working the cargo, and where the vessels call. The UN CTAD, in their review of marine transports, have forecasted marine trade to grow more than 2% between 2024 and 2028. And at the same time, we're pursuing a decarbonization by 2050. So when we're looking at the impacts on these reroutings and these changes in supply chain, they have a direct impact on the operators in that they have to then steam longer, steam in harder weather. So this goes into what we see as marine insurers and the impacts we have on the market. So long-term market impacts for this. Bottom line, marine insurance is a business. And as we look at these NatCat losses, natural catastrophe losses, they have a significant impact on the book of business for marine insurers. And the number of severe weather events are rising, and the cost of these losses are increasing. This case here on the fishing vessel North Star, she was about a week away from delivery. She was sitting at a wet berth at the dry dock or at the build yard, and Hurricane Michael went right over the top of her. It resulted in a constructive total loss of this vessel. It's a significant impact on the yard, but the long-term impacts are more severe because as a result of this loss, a major North American hull and liability carrier looked at their book and they exited the market eventually. So when we look at that type of impact on the market where we have capacity being withdrawn, resulting in a rate rise or reduction in coverages for projects, you're looking at a reduction in competition. You're looking at more cost to the assureds. So these are the big picture things that we deal with in this type of environment. So let me close by addressing, as a mariner and as a multi-generational mariner, the most important thing. We have to take care of the crew. We cannot allow commercial interests to impact the livelihood and lives of seafarers. I list these 3 instances here because they have all personally impacted me. In '83, I was a cadet on another marine transport lines when the SS Marine Electric went down. And as a young 18-year-old on a ship full of hardened seasoned veterans who had been on there for a couple of months, I had, and then to see these guys, see the list of the crew members and to see them in tears, that makes an impact. On the El Faro, I had classmates and former shipmates who went down on her. So it hits home. And on the Seacorp Power, at the time of this happened, my son was on an OSV at a Port Foujan. So it goes multi-generational with us. But kind of the key I want to stress here is that in the marine insurance sector, we look to partner with stakeholders. We offer a product, but more importantly, we protect lives and livelihood. We're important to the global economy. Insurance is there to allow people to take risks and remain whole. The key for my role, though, as a marine consultant, is to avoid those losses in the first place. So we continue to stress communication and partnering with stakeholders to develop solutions. The risk mitigation strategy as we transition to a low-carbon economy are critical. And from a mariner's standpoint, it's fascinating. You know, as we look at polar shipping and some of the other challenges that are out there, it's not often that we see a new shipping route open up. And what we're looking at now, the changes are, they're significant, and the challenges are too. But as I said, we look to partner with all concerned stakeholders and make it safer and more efficient. So in closing, you know, I keep this quote from George Bernard Shaw in the back of my mind often. One of my biggest challenges after being at sea for so long and then coming ashore was really understanding how to tailor the message, I guess, for non-seafarers and the other stakeholders. And I hope I succeeded. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Andrew. I opening the floor for questions.
Yes, thank you. I would like to add one comment. I was surprised on the amount of containers lost on those cases. And I was thinking if those containers, besides the economical loss, is also increase the safety of navigation because it becomes objects floating in the ocean with no control, and that can impact on another ship en route that is not aware of those thousands or hundreds of containers that are lost.
Well, the impact on other shipping is minimal, really. It's an economic or an environmental impact that needs to be understood. But the impact on smaller vessels, fishing vessels, sailing vessels has been documented and is significant. Now, I believe reporting starts next year, 2025, I believe. For containers over the side, shipping companies will now have to report. And from a text message standpoint, we do get notifications on container losses and the location, the area that they're in, so that we can have a heightened attention during lookouts.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. Maybe not a question, but a short comment. Dimitar Dimitrov, I'm a Goodwill Maritime Ambassador for Bulgaria. We see that the industry is aware of the risks which it takes, but I appreciate the previous speaker about commercial pressure. Maybe this forum should deliver a strong message to the industry to decrease that commercial pressure and to point out all these cases you mentioned in order the risk to be minimized when taking decisions to send the ships in rough weather or because to keep the schedules. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Captain, for the presentation. My question is about the insurance and crew protection. So how is the insurance and industry addressing the specific risk that crews face during extreme weather? And are there any emerging insurance policies designed to enhance crew protection? Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Could you repeat your question?
The last part.
The last part? Okay. Are there any emerging insurance policies designed to enhance crew protection?
As far as coverage on that, that would be what, from a P&I standpoint. There are certain areas, and for war risk insurance, and when they enter areas like that, there are additional coverages that are provided to crew members. But like for the Red Sea, for example, the Philippine Maritime Association, I believe recently announced that they were advising Filipino crews not to enter the Red Sea. So it's a situation where we have a global shortage of qualified manpower for manning of vessels. And then when we're looking at these severe risks being associated with it, it simply exasperates that situation. So this is a situation where you have commercial pressures of we are transiting in direct conflict with crew safety.
Cannot see any other questions or comments. One more time, thank you for your presentation, for your comments and questions, Andrew. Our final speaker for the session is Peter Gede. Peter is a risk professional for the AP Möller-Maersk Group, responsible for the risk and engineering program and the loss prevention function. Peter provides oversight, guidance, and mitigation recommendations regarding climate change risk for Maersk terminals, warehouses, and offices. And he is also responsible for the company's climate change adaptation for operational resilience.
Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. It is not my presentation. There it is. I'm here to talk a bit about the impacts of extreme weather and climate change to our port infrastructure. As you can see by this slide, is that We operate all over the world. We operate on ocean, on land, even in air. But it is just to put everything into perspective, is that it's not only the ports and on sea, but it makes the ports more, the resilience of the port more important when we also have an operation inland. But if we look at our exposure today, and this is a picture of our terminals, all our terminals, today's exposure, the more dark blue it gets, the higher the risk level, or the higher the exposure. So it is not a surprise that, given the locations, that we have a high exposure to storm surge. We know that. It is maybe a bit of a surprise that we have 30% of our locations in either a high or very high fluvial flood zone, fluvial flood risk zone. That is given because many of our terminals and many of the ports we operate in are situated where large rivers into the sea, where we have inland transportation. But if we look in the future, and this is the same terminals, this is using the SSB2 pathway, and we use the year of 2050. Same number of terminals, but here you can see we have a little increase in the risk for fluvial flood. We have a much bigger risk for storm surge. But what is important here, and what we really take serious, is the extreme precipitation changes, and also the heat waves and heat stress changes. This is something that we really take notice of when we try to make our ports more resilient and our operation at ports more resilient. But to narrow it down and to zoom in, this is a picture of Port Elizabeth in New York. This is a flood zone picture, or flooding picture. The yellow dot is our terminal in Port Elizabeth. And this is just to show that if we have a flooding scenario in New Jersey, it is not only us that is hit, it is the surrounding area as well. And it makes the whole operation very vulnerable. So if we take Port Elizabeth in New Jersey and we put it through the same pathway of the SSB2, use the same year of 2050, we know that we will have an increase of the annual mean temperature by 0.9 degrees Celsius. We'll have a sea level rise of 40 centimeters. We will look into 24 days of heat waves per year. We will have less summer rain and more rain in winter. We will have 10% increase of extreme precipitation. We know that for all our assets around the world. And we also know how to mitigate that. Because when we need to adapt to climate change, I tend to say that you need to know your risk, but you also need to know your critical infrastructure. But to secure critical infrastructure from flood, heat, and storm, it's basic things like raising electric substations, power to reefer containers, improved drainage, secure access to terminal, maybe looking at elevated areas for mobile equipment if a storm or a storm surge flooding scenario hits us. But it's also around preparedness plans and business continuity plans. It could also be aircon-cooled buildings, access to drinking water, all the basic things. But that comes with challenges. I normally call it that know your risk, but also know your stakeholders. And even though we know the risk, we know it from a group perspective, we know it from a local perspective, we know what to do, we still will have challenges with flooded highways. Take, for example, the picture of New Jersey before. We will have inland transportation, very vulnerable. We will have access problems for entering the terminal. But we will also have operational downtime from wind, heat, and rain, and make access for vessels and it gets more difficult to operate for vessels, but we will also see more congestions at ports. So we can do so much, but we still need alignment in risk acknowledgement and adaptation efforts. So in other words, that means that we need to agree on what is it we see, which risk do we see, and how should we adapt to those risks. And we need to do that with all our stakeholders. We also need to have strong and proactive authorities. That means port, local authorities, governmental, regional, and global. We also need to collaborate with partners and competitors operating in the same area. Take, for example, New Jersey again. If we are to mitigate and the neighbor does not mitigate, we will put on challenges towards him and vice versa. And we also need to collaborate with all the unions in order to keep our longshoremen and workers safe. So to sum it all up, we really embrace being here and being able to speak towards all of you. And we really hope that this will continue, that we will collaborate, and we will take the next step together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Peter. So I'm opening the floor for the questions, and the first question is from Nigeria.
Thank you for your comments from all the speakers. What I was looking at is this, like what steps are being taken by the IMO and the WMO in mitigating the extreme climate conditions? Because most of the discussions that the speakers have spoken about, either by safety measures and other risks associated with the maritime sector, are being looked upon by the World Maritime Organization and the International Maritime Organization. So what steps are to be taken, especially in shipbuilding itself? Because if a ship has all the facilities that will mitigate some of this risk, it will go a long way in helping that situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
I'm not sure it's for me.
Either, so I don't know who might answer this. Yes, Andrew, yes, please.
As far as on the build side, if that's what you're looking at as far as equipping the vessels, that is being addressed. One of the keys on the build side, as far as what IMO and IACS, the classification societies, deal with, though, is it's not retroactive. It's for build and on. So the same thing we're looking at for greenhouse gases, as far as alternative fuels. Now, alternative fuels will impact, or emissions will impact all vessels, but a lot of the guidelines are for new builds from keel date late moving on. So it's something that we have to make sure that as we progress, we also bring everyone along. We can't have those outliers who continue. Same thing with vessel safety, with crew safety. You have to make sure everyone's on board. And that's where we look at a port state control, not just flag state control. Now, for a flag state control, the vessel that they're registered under has inspections and requirements, but then also the ports that they call in, the port state control apparatus, they're inspected at the ports that they call on. So the Paris MOU or U.S. Coast Guard, depending on the ports that they call in, then you have that inspection regime to make sure that everyone's playing on an equal footing.
Thank you. Sheila?
I would like to thank the speaker for the case analysis, very interesting, and also, Peter, for your actual scenarios and future scenarios about the maritime, especially of your contribution from Maersk to the voluntary observation ship with more than 300 vessels reporting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next, Canada.
Thank you. So I think we've seen a theme of engagement with stakeholders, collaboration. It would seem you've identified the ones that you need to work with, obviously rail and highway. I was just wondering, could you speak to any specific strategies to engage that have been effective or ineffective, so that as a group here, we may be able to perhaps utilize those ourselves?
I know that we, from a company perspective, are very engaged with IMO, and I'm not part of that. But from a risk engineering and from a climate change perspective, it's still early hours, sadly, and it's very local. It's the port authorities we're talking to. So one of the things that I really want to get out of this is to have a broader approach with both risk acknowledgement, but also how we mitigate and how we prevail from here, because that's crucial, and I totally agree with you.
Thank you. And next question is from ICS.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the presenters for the presentations. My question is to the whole panel. I guess as we go forward to 2050, it's very difficult to predict the impact of greenhouse gas emissions on wave height. It's partly a political decision as to how effective we are in limiting global warming. But within the possible scenarios, do the panel think that there are some credible scenarios where we see an increase in wave height through to 2050, for example, in the North Atlantic? Thank you, Chair.
Well, Joe?
Great question. Actually, at this conference 5 years ago, there was a presentation on the trends in wave height. And that's basically, the last recognition that I've seen is going forward. And it was a bit surprising in the mean wave height over time, and I don't know the time frame, it may have been 100 years, the mean goes down, but that doesn't mean the extremes go down. So that's basically, I work in the short term, so in the 7-day forecast window. So I really can't answer what the trends are exactly to 2050, but that conversation and talk that we saw back 5 years ago was really an aha moment as to, the thought is that basically temperature contrast is going to decrease, on the larger scale, but that doesn't necessarily mean that on the storm scale that there will still be storms, obviously. And I'm way over my head on that, so thank you.
And if I can just add to that, from a mariner standpoint, our feeling is that they've always been out there. It's always been underreported. And as we get better coverage, you might see an increase, but it's because you're finding out what we already knew.
Thank you. Next question from Indonesia.
Thank you very much for the time. We would like to congratulate and thanks to all panelists, which has been a very clear, comprehensive, to touch a very important issue regarding the safety, especially for the commercials, as well as for the asset protection, including for the infrastructure protection, as has been presented by all panelists. However, we would like to know, perhaps there is also any information related to the progress of effort, how to protect the passengers or the human life, apart from the commercial, and how to protect the vessel itself, including the passengers. Yeah, so we just wondering, perhaps there is any innovation or technological innovation for that needs. And another thing, when we talk about the satellite, we also really concern the importance of communication powered by satellite. However, would be that any possibility for developing countries with very limited capacity to have that kind of services? So would be there any possibility like for collaboration or special attention to support the countries which are not really capable to afford that? So there are two questions regarding the safety for the human life or passengers and vessels. And the second one is about how we are from developing countries can have more access with the lower rate to get the satellite communications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we will start first with your first question, safety to the human life and passengers and vessels. So, okay, I don't know, maybe Andrew or Peter? I don't know, or maybe, yes.
If I can take the second one first, SAT-C communication has always been very financially viable, I guess would be the best, right? As Peter, the TXT comms over would always come in pretty reliably. I mean, back in the 80s when I was sailing around Indonesia, that's what we relied on. So that information is still out there. From a safety standpoint, it's something, you know, with the SOLAS amendments, we continue to, you know, chase enforcement. The regulations in many cases are there. It's the need for enforcement and for port state control, once again, just to, you know, I don't want to harp on it, but, you know, the key is to make sure that the regulations that are enforced are adhered to. And that's really for all stakeholders, but especially for the port states. When the vessels are calling to ensure that the port state control inspections are rigorous, honestly. You know, from a crew member standpoint, I can tell you that, you know, there are certain times when you see people come on board for a safety inspection that you like to see them, because you can point out stuff that you know isn't right. So that's my biggest point is make sure that what's already on the books is adequately enforced and implemented.
Thank you for the question. There's two aspects to it. So I know Indonesia is looking to advance in its technology and its communications, and we've had a number of conversations around that, and with other satellite providers as well. There is capability there for it. It's a political and a commercial solution that needs to be put in place, but there is no real country on the globe that couldn't get communications to support its infrastructure, I don't believe, today. At this moment in time, and these are satellite facts, so there is 7 tons of satellites being launched every day for the next 10 years in space. It's crazy. So there's no reason why you can't get communications. It's just a decision for yourselves politically. On the crew aspect of things, and I'll pick up on a point that Andrew said, we're short of seafarers. And this is a little bit controversial, and it's not the top 20% or the 30%, but the 50%. If you employ a seafarer and put him in a 2-star hotel for 9 to 10 months, you tell him what to eat, when to eat it, you give him no exercise, you give him poor communications with the outside world, do you expect we're going to get a lot of people to work in this industry? There are millions of people that would support our 1.6 million seafarers today, I believe, around the world, if, as an industry, we treated them correctly and appropriately for what they do for us, to transport 90% of the world's trade. And some shipping companies do a fantastic job. Others do not. And that's where, unfortunately, we are failing. And we'll have a problem in the future. Another issue that I'd highlight is that the average age of the fleet at the moment is just under 23 years old. It's the oldest it's been for a long time. We are going to go through a lot of change, decarbonisation, but also environmentally, from what we've seen from the ports here. The ships of the future cannot be the ships of today. And we are going to have to change quite a lot of ships soon, because the global fleet is getting older. Now, some of that is because we are treating those ships better. But some of it is because shipping at the moment is making a lot of money, so they're keeping the old ships going. So, yeah, we don't want the perfect storm. We do need to plan ahead, and we do need to make sure that the colleague from ICS who said, you know, are we actually building the right ships for the future? Is the wave height going to be changing? Are the type of ports we're going to go, the infrastructure that they're going to be in order to keep the supply chain end-to-end going, needs to have that review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last short question from Nautical Institute, and brief answer from the panelists, please.
Thank you very much. David Petrejko from the Nautical Institute. This question perhaps goes to the two Peters. Are there sensor and communication out there that can be installed on new ships to automatically transmit weather data? I know we've spoken about this in the past, and it's always been a communication cost issue rather than a sensor issue, but I'm wondering if that's changing now with the advancement of technology and cheaper communications.
So, ever since Inmarsat privatised, ever since we started as an IMO, we were created by the IMO to provide safety at sea. We have a service for reporting meteorological information that's free. 2-digit code 42, 41. Any ship can report a meteorological event for free. It's never used. People don't want to use it. It's there. It's always been there. I believe when Iridium came in, they adopted the same, because it was so that you can report, and it's a bit like we saw with the VOS scheme. People are not engaging with it. I've said to WMO a number of times, you use calibrated systems on ships. Just take, every ship's got that information. Let's bring it back. If you've got enough data points, yeah, okay, they won't be as accurate as calibrated information, but if you've got enough data points, software can work that out. It can smooth it out, and it can see which ones are 10% out or 20% out. More data, the bigger data sets, the better, as far as I'm concerned. I've shown that we can be very proactive around safety. We could, like in the aviation industry, when there is an anomaly, we can send a report. There's no reason why you cannot, from a connected ship perspective, bring that data back. It's a case of who owns the data and who's going to do something with it. That's really the two blockers, because, to be quite honest, the amount of data that you're asking for is not significant in the modern world.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
We have time.
Last and really brief.
I'll do it very fast. We have it on our ships, but it's integrated with route planning and fuel consumption and all these things. So whatever happens, we navigate to that. So it's integrated in a more. Yeah, that was fast, right?
Thank you very much. I know there are several questions from the room, but unfortunately we need to wrap up our session. Thank you very much for all the panelists. Thank you for really good questions and comments. And now I will pass the microphone to the co-chair for additional announcement. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and to our wonderful speakers. That was a great session. Just a few administrative notes before we break for lunch. Lunch will be, the restaurant and the coffee shop is on the 4th floor of this building if you haven't been to the IMO building before. Before lunchtime, we would invite all speakers and moderators for all sessions for the week to please join us for a photo, and that will be on the terrace on the 4th floor. For those who have offered to assist with the interactive portion of session 3, which will be later this afternoon, we ask that you come back to this room at 13:30, just so we can go over a few instructions. And for everyone else, we invite you to come back here at 1400 for our session 3, which is Enhancing Knowledge Opportunities for Seafarers and Forecasters. Thank you all, and bon appetit.
Welcome back, distinguished delegates, or recalling the words of the SG, having those WMO people with us, colleagues, maritime experts, whatsoever. Welcome this afternoon to session 3, where we will focus on enhancing knowledge opportunities for seafarers and forecasters. And the moderator for this session is Dr. Moira Doyle, and Moira is a professor at the Department of Atmospheric and Ocean Sciences at the University of Buenos Aires. And she is also a researcher at the Centro de Investigación para la Dinámica del Mar. I hope I pronunciated it not bad. With a focus on climate variability and change. Moira is Vice Chair for the WMO Services Commission, expert team on competency and capacity development within the Standing Committee on Marine Meteorological and Oceanographic Services, also known as SCMMO. Moira, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joris. Good afternoon. This session will be quite different from all others in this week, and we hope you both enjoy and learn from it. We will begin with a few presentations to baseline our understanding on the state of weather training for seafarers and marine forecasters. Then, after our tea break, we will have an interactive exercise to explore how we can improve communications and understanding between metocean forecasters and maritime stakeholders. I will discuss about this aspect later on. So now I would like to introduce you to the first of our 3 speakers. Mr. Hakan Storhaug is the Senior Advisor and Coordinator of International Affairs at the Norwegian Maritime Authority, where he began working in 1990. During his career, he has served as a coordinator for technical cooperation activities in Mozambique and Namibia, associate expert for the Maritime Industries Branch for the International Labour Office in Geneva, and has headed several key delegations to IMO and ILO. Hakan presently chairs the IMO's Subcommittee on Human Element Training and Watchkeeping. Hammond?
Okay, thank you for that introduction. What I'll be talking about today is more around the upcoming comprehensive review of the STCW Convention, which is the Training and Certification and Watchkeeping Convention of the IMO. We're just getting started, really, so this is an interesting time. Sorry, yeah, of course. There we go. Already making mistakes. There we go.
Training.
Lack of training. History. I'm a history buff, so I like to look into things. When I heard earlier this morning about the text in Solus, actually dating back to 1929, that sort of brings me even back further to 1889, when the Washington Marine International Conference was held. And one of the issues they discussed was really weather and storms, and so they did make some recommendations, very few, but it just shows that the realization that weather, meteorology, and all these matters have been considered at an international level from a very early stage at the global stage. So this conference was actually quite well attended by many countries, including Norway. So I won't spend too much time on that. But, yeah, here we go. Mistakes again, yeah. Sorry, I'll just read from this one. So we have a comprehensive review. There was a resolution adopted at the 2010 Manila conference saying that we should have 10 years. In 10 years, we'd have another comprehensive review. Of course, such predictions are always quite optimistic, given the implementation problems and difficulties and challenges with regard to training provisions. So we're only just getting started, and it's 14, 15 years since we adopted this. So the reasons are many. Of course, we had the pandemic, but I think a great challenge with implementing the SCCW Convention is that we're not just addressing implementation in legislation and national policies and so on and so forth. We're actually implementing or changing training curricula, training programs. So thousands of schools across the world have to be involved in this. And this takes time. So therefore, that's one of the main challenges with the SCCW Convention. It's a very difficult and very time-consuming convention to implement. So, and of course, we've also had lots of other things to do with regard to, we have a similar convention for fishers. We just finished that review, and that will enter into force in not too long a time. And as you see, I have a point on the white list, and for those of you wondering what the white list is that is a list of countries which the IMO, the Secretary-General, then has, after review of reports from member states that are bound by that convention, have found that they do give a full and complete effect to the convention. So it's quite an important list to have, and it's reviewed every single year. So HCW 10, which was the meeting we had this year, what we managed to do was we decide on the methodology to be used. So we basically have two phases. One phase is the gap analysis. So we will actually have an intersessional working group coming up in a few weeks' time, where we will deal with the phase one issues to identify what do we actually need, where are the gaps, what are we not addressing, what inconsistencies have been found, and so on and so forth with regard to the current convention. So, so that's from the 4th to 8th October. So the whole convention is basically part of that review. So the SCCW convention is structured in a very particular way. So you have articles. The articles are very general and the most stable part of that convention. Then you have the regulations. And then what is really, will be really subject to review is, what I mean really, what probably will see the most amendments will be the standards and probably also Part B of the code. So this, the code of the SCCW convention, as we call it, is in two parts, one mandatory and one non-mandatory. So there will be a lot of work done on that part of the convention. The articles are difficult to amend because they require explicit ratification, while the standards part, the code part, are covered by the tacit acceptance procedure, which has become quite common at IMO, which means that unless a certain number of countries protest, the amendments will enter into force at a given time. And that's quite an important innovation within IMO.
2 minutes.
See, I'm going too slowly. Anyways, we've identified a number of specific areas. As you can see, more than 20 areas where we're going to go in. And what I can say really is
more than 40 documents have been submitted to the Intersessional Working Group. 40 documents, which will be dealt with in, well, effectively 3 days, hopefully. And I can say, having skimmed through those documents, I can't see any mentioning of what we're discussing here this week. And in my years at IMO, I can say that, or an HCW, I've been attending HCW for many years, we have never really discussed any training requirements with regard to, don't get me wrong, there are training requirements within the STCW convention. But this has been left sort of placid for many, many years. The first STCW convention came in 1977. So there's really been no focus on that issue. And maybe that should change. But clearly, the member states who are mainly responsible for making proposals have not identified this area as something that needs to be addressed during the comprehensive review. Maybe that's wrong, but still, that's what we're facing. We are, however, addressing the climate change part of it. That will partly be addressed by a separate track during the HTW. So I think maybe there's a gap here that we haven't identified really. And so I guess I'll stop there, since there's lots of other things here, of course, but so there are current training requirements, as I said. Yeah, so, sorry. Yeah, so these are the current training requirements. So they are in the convention, have been quite stable for many years, but nothing really that we're addressing directly today. So with that, I think I'll be within my allotted time. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So do we have any questions from the floor?
So it's nice to get the session right after lunch. You know,
yes.
So people are sleepy and they didn't get their afternoon nap.
Question.
Yes, Tilly, please.
On the last slides, appears that captains and officers have to be able to read, interpret, and even do forecast on board the ships. I found it very difficult for at least the captains that I meet, I know. And what is going to be the upgrade of STCW?
As I said, I was kind of surprised myself when I was reading those requirements, which really turns seafarers, at least some seafarers, into forecasters. And probably maybe that is a bit too ambitious. Can we really expect that from the seafarers? So that's just the question that I have. I have no answer to it, but clearly the standards have been there for many years. And again, we haven't heard any comments with regard to whether it's too severe or it's too lax or whatever. So yes, that's basically the requirements. And sometimes we just get in something in the conventions that we don't. It's a bit of the dynamic how you negotiate conventions. You get proposals, and there's some, that looks fine, okay, we'll put it in there. But whether it's followed up, I can say I couldn't see any model course. So supporting the SCCW convention, there are a number of model courses and a number of areas. So there's no, and some of the areas have separate model courses. Some are just more general, covering deck officer training, so on and so forth. Others are very specific, and I can say at least there are no specific model courses on this area. Again, it's something that we might need to think about, but again, we don't have any answers, and we're dependent really on the member states to provide us what do they feel needs to be amended. And I'm not saying just member states, but also, you know, all stakeholders basically who are participating in our meetings, such as Intertanko and ICS and other non-governmental observers who can make proposals. So.
Yes?
Thank you, Håkon, for that. Just a follow-up as a master mariner myself, and having gone through this process, albeit a little bit of time ago now, do you think that rather than making prescriptive requirements with respect to extreme weather in STCW, it's more a question of what the syllabus for the STCW training at the colleges actually includes, and that should surely be up to date with respect to what the climate is doing and what may be encountered. We know that we're trying to avoid prescription as far as possible. So do you think that what's covered in STCW currently is sufficient, and then it's for the syllabus for the STCW training to incorporate the appropriate parts? Thank you.
Thanks for that. Well, as I said, the STCW is, as I said, a special challenge to implement because you're evolving the school systems. And with regard to meteorology and all the knowledge surrounding that, as I said, we have the standards within the convention, but we don't really, it's up to, at the national level, really to decide how up-to-date that training is and whether it reflects modern developments within this area. And clearly there's a tremendous development going on, especially then when, you know, climate change is coming into it and all the consequences flowing from that. Whether that is reflected in the schools, I'm not sure. So clearly, you know, we may need to think, is this adequately reflected? Do we require, are the requirements today sufficient, insufficient with regard to training? The problem, as I said, is member states aren't really coming forward with any proposals. So, you know, as chair of the HGW subcommittee, I have to, you know, I can only deal with what has been submitted to us in writing, basically, as proposals. And currently, the first phase is an important one, is to develop, to see where the gaps are. And clearly, we haven't really seen any country proposing anything with regard to forecasting, meteorology, and the standards that govern that within the convention. So I'm not sure I can say any more than that, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. This is, I think it's an interesting topic that really needs to be addressed in many different ways. So now we'll go to our next speaker, Mr. David Patraiko. David is the Director of Projects and Head of Research and Relationships for the Nautical Institute, an NGO with consultative status with the IMO. In this role, he oversees much of the Institute's work on technical and training issues, developing best practices in maritime industry for professional development. A graduate of the Massachusetts Maritime Academy, he served in the U.S. Merchant Navy for 16 years. David?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I've been asked to talk a little bit about weather knowledge and continuous professional development. And I think that's because that's what I do a lot. So the Nautical Institute is an international body. We're a membership organization, and we're about continuous professional development. We do a lot of talking to our membership, we share ideas, and we help people continually evolve their lifelong learning. Our stated aim is to provide inspiration, knowledge, and leadership to maritime professionals around the world, and I hope I can give you some of that inspiration today, but you'll let me know later. So we've heard throughout the day that weather-related problems still happen, and that's either because of unfortunate circumstances or perhaps bad decision-making. So we want to try to make sure that people make the best decisions they can with the knowledge they have. So that is a current report, insurance report from Alliance Company, and you'll see that the big, nearly 50% there is foundered vessels. This is actually from a presentation from Guard P&I Club at the last symposium. Again, the numbers probably haven't changed too much, or the trends haven't changed too much. So there is still room to improve. We like to talk about situational awareness, and quite often you find when you read accident reports that the blame for something is on the loss of situational awareness. Now, situational awareness, I don't know whether you can read that, but academically, people talk about it in terms of perception, comprehension, and projection in a very simplified form. And my colleague, Captain El Said, is going to tell me off for this. But, you know, in a simplified form, it's seeing. Yes, I look out the window, I see a storm cloud. Yes, I look at a weather report, I see that. The second stage, which is very important, is understanding. You know, a lot of people can see something, but understanding what it means is a little bit different, and that takes a lot of time, and it's not always something that can be taught in a classroom. It quite often has to come with experience, and I think we'll do some of those scenarios after this afternoon and play around with that a little bit. And then it's one thing to see it, to understand it, but then you have to make a good decision. So now that I've seen that weather and I understand what it's telling me, what am I going to do about it? So very interesting stages, and like I said, the understanding bit I think is something that we really, as an industry, need to work on. So if any of you are interested in understanding more about situational awareness, we do have a nice little video. I think it's about 5 minutes that explains situational awareness, and it's free, so fill your boots. So drivers for continuous professional development. What's changing out there that we should be kept aware of? So there are changing weather patterns, and this is where the STCW is excellent at underpinning knowledge, but then as things change, we need professional development, lifelong learning to keep up with these things. So weather patterns are changing. There's a lot of new technology being used, both ashore for forecasting and also on board for interpretation. There are a lot of new services out there for weather routing, and understanding those and their strengths and weaknesses is very important, and that will change over time. The changing relationship to technology. I don't know about you lot, but my kids will do whatever a sat-nav tells them to do, quite often without looking out the window. But we do need to think about the next generation and their relationship to technology, and if a computer tells them to do something, will they be able to assimilate that and understand it so that they can then make good decisions? A lot of what's happening with weather routing is based on efficiencies, and I think crews need to be very aware of decisions and when they're in terms of safety or efficiency and how they meet up. The gentleman from Marks today was talking about, you know, that they have weather sensors that are built into their voyage planning, and understanding that is really important. And also the impact on responsibility and accountability. When can a master not do what he's told by a weather routing service? Well, the answer is always. But understanding that is a little bit different. So my recommendations for this symposium is absolutely we need to revise the SCCW and training standards to make sure it's suitable, fit for purpose. There is a need for continuous professional development because of all those changes that I talked about, and it is going to have to be regularly updated and kept relevant. My recommendation is that we as an industry should develop something that's freely accessible, usable, and updatable. I think we owe it to the industry. Yes, there are commercial training firms that can do this, but then is that available to the mariner who wants to better understand meteorology and forecasting? Is that available to the fishing community, the leisure community, et cetera, et cetera? And I think if we really want people to understand and make good decisions, we need to make this freely available. And certainly my organization, the Nautical Institute, is very happy to get involved in some of that and work with the WMO. So it's finding a way forward, and you'll appreciate that IMO is in square brackets. IMO don't typically provide training. And there needs to, we need to maintain open communications between the meteorology community, the information providers, shipboard users, and that's, again, scalable, so fishing, leisure, commercial, military, and the shoreside managers. So we do have a few things available through the Nautical Institute. One of our members who's in the meteorology business, Hugh Davies, who some of you will know, he was at the last symposium, has written a book on numerical weather prediction. And we've also done a hour-long webinar with him that was very successful. We had nearly 1,000 people, and the recording's been watched hundreds of times. So I think there is an appetite for people to learn, and that's it.
Thank you so much, David. Anybody have any questions?
Anybody have any solutions?
Yes, from New Zealand.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. I really liked the, the direction, the new kids, the way they learn technology embracing. I wondered if it's also, I wonder if you've considered existing biases that might exist. I had a warning once that was wrong, or the model's always wrong, or, those sorts of things that help. Once you can correct those, then perhaps the uptake of any new information might be easier.
Yes, thank you. Good question. Bias does impact severely on decision making, and it could be the bias that I don't trust that forecast. Earlier we talked about the difference between forecasting mean states and what the difference between an extreme state might be, and that might cause bias. There's confirmation bias, which is also a dangerous thing. And with the survey that Sarah talked about earlier, one of the comments, we got a lot of comments back on it, and one of the comments was, I looked at the forecast, I left port, as soon as we cleared the breakwater, I realized that we made a mistake, but it was too late to go back because it was a bias. Forecast, okay, I trust it, I'm going, didn't look up. So bias is very important, thank you.
Another question? Yes, the Nautical Institute.
Thank you very much. Thanks, David. The question for both, maybe for the IMO, for you.
Practically, we still need, as a seafarer, to do weather forecast. And as a master, sometimes you receive a weather service report from weather service provider that it's telling you to follow a certain passage plan. And this weather service provider is coming from the charterer. Another weather service provider coming from the company themselves, they give you another, totally another route. And we might have the third one from the cargo service provider. So the master might have 3 passage plans at the same time for the same voyage. And it's his decision at the end to decide which one is more suitable. So definitely we need weather forecasting. We need to understand meteorology very well as a seafarer. My point here is within the STCW and as a student and a teacher for that topic, I would like to ask, do we need to concentrate more on the onboard training, where the onboard training is where we can get the maximum benefit from the weather forecast? So we usually have in the STCW and the regulation, we need to have the theoretical, but what about the onboard training? And do we need to develop such a scheme regarding weather forecasting and meteorology? Thank you.
Onboard training has been an issue for discussion many years. It's in the nature of things that the onboard training will be very specific to a company and a ship. And that creates a problem. How much can we generalize, because that's what we have to do in STCW, the training that would be required on board. So I think that's the main challenge we have really with onboard training. It's a requirement to have onboard training, not just STCW, but ISM code as well. Does require companies to provide that training, and of course it's also in the interest of companies to make sure that their seafarers are familiar with systems and such on board a particular ship and company. So, but clearly how deep we can go into requiring particular things. I mean, we have, of course, drills, lifeboat drills and things like that that are, required by SOLAS and other such issues. But going beyond that, from time to time, there are suggestions that we should look into onboard training. Unfortunately, the proposals are they're not very specific. So maybe that's something we will look at during the intersessional or during the comprehensive review. But that would cover all areas, I think, rather than a specific area such as training. And the other thing you mentioned, you have different weather reports from different actors. I just put it that way. I mean, from the IMO perspective, it would be the MSI. That's all that we can say. What you have to have on board is basically equipment that can receive and read whatever comes from the Met area that you are sailing through. So, of course, there's some issues with that. I've attended NCSR for many years, and I have some issues with the technology behind that, but that's maybe some other discussion. But clearly, from IMO perspective, is what's required through the GMDSS, the MSI systems, and that's what we can say. What you're faced with on a day-to-day basis, I think you will have, as a seafarer and as a company, you have to make some decisions. What you want to trust or what you want to which reports you think you need. Thank you.
I'll just touch on. Thank you, Captain Al Saeed. Both, I think, is ideal. You certainly have to have underpinning knowledge that can be had in a classroom, But like I said, a lot of the understanding is experiential knowledge when you're on board. And I think, again, as a industry, as a community, we should strive to provide good learning materials that can be used either on board, at home, wherever, if there is a desire to learn. Because one of the problems, especially in this area, is learning incorrectly. And so that's why I think, with the Met organization, if we can put out some good quality learning materials, that would be ideal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have no more time for questions, so we'll go on to our third speaker, John Parker. John is the former chair in the WMO Services Commission Standing Committee on Marine Meteorological and Oceanographic Services. John has been an expert in international marine services within the WMO structure since 2007. In 2022, John retired from a career of more than 35 years with the Meteorological Service of Canada. His most recent position was Director of Prediction Service Operations for Atlantic and Ice, which included responsibilities for the Canadian Hurricane Centre and the Canadian Ice Service. John.
Thank you, Moira. So we'll take a little bit of a different view from this now. We'll talk from the meteorology services point of view. So we're talking about strengthening our Med-Ocean service delivery over the last 5 years. When Moira mentioned my former role and now our co-chair's current role with the Services Commission under the Standing Committee for Marine Meteorology and Oceanography, we work on 5 basic themes, as you can see here on this file here: maritime safety, waves and coastal hazards with marine emergency response, capacity and competency development, which this session is about, publications and communications, so those are our standards within the WMO, but also the work that we do with public awareness, outreach, communication. Is that not working?
Pass the slide.
Oh, my apologies. Twice. There we go. Okay. And then, of course, partnerships and stakeholders, which speaks to working with the members, working with our regions within the WMO, also the small island developing states, coastal least developed countries, polar regions, which we'll have a side session on Wednesday, a little bit of a promotion for the lunch hour, and external partners such as the IMO, UNESCO, IOC, the International Hydrographic Organization. And it's important to remember, as we've heard with ship mariners having different experience, we have Met services that are over 150 years old, where their origins are in maritime services. It's why they were created. And we have other Met services that are less than 20 years old, and their origins may have been aviation and simply expanded to marine services under their given budgets to ensure their coastal waters had information to protect the mariners. So within our own organizations and within the WMO, we are working to bring everybody up to a very common bar and help each other support the development of all of our members. And in doing so, we look at this Med-Ocean professional competence, and we have our way to work on marine services competency assessment toolkits. We've developed a site where we have an implementation of our WMO competency requirements for delivering marine services, including the assessment tools as well as the recommendations for training. We encourage the marine met forecasters to be competent based on those standards, and since 2023 we've had a new competency framework established on the marine services side, but as well within sea ice forecasting. The 2024 release of a toolkit on the Met services for marine is a practical way to...
Or wave heights, that kind of information which we prefer. Thank you.
Yes.
Just as a mariner, your thresholds and your have a very different perspective depending on the size of your vessel, and therefore for you, a force 5 may be getting close to catastrophic on a smaller vessel, but a larger vessel, you won't notice it. So one of the things that forecasters need to understand is who their customers are and what the effect is of what they're actually forecasting and how that's going to impact. So if it's an inshore forecast and the small vessels,
then a force 5, force 6 is pretty severe for them. But for a large vessel, it isn't. So it's a perspective and understanding the perspectives of your customers is important as well.
Great. So I believe then you would not need one image of the forecast, so you would have different depending on who your user is. Yes. Sorry? Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you very much. What we see in the real problems at the ground when we engage with the user of our information, actually what they need is the recommendation, what to do in response to that weather information. Most or some of them may not really understand with the graphics, even with the colors. Some fishermen cannot recognize the color. Sorry to say that's the blind color, yeah. But what they need is, so what we have to do then after there is a warning? Should we continue to go to sail, or should we stop, or should we go back? That's what the user needs. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good point for training, because I believe a forecaster in a national weather service cannot give you that answer, but you have to be trained to decide how to decide what you're going to do. So I think it's a very important point, yes, that sailors sometimes receive the information and have to decide how to respond, and maybe they don't know how. So I think that would be a point for training, which we could work in collaboration.
Yeah, I can't see the red.
Yes.
I think one of the things, whether it's graphical or text information, that is a challenge is to convey how rapidly conditions will change. It's one thing to say, 4 to 5 becoming 5 to 6. There are times when that change, or 6 to 7, that change isn't a gradual thing, which is unfortunately typically the way the text is portrayed, because there really isn't much of a choice, as opposed to the conditions, rapidly changing. It's a hard thing to portray. But I think that in some ways is a criteria that we sort of miss in our messaging, that where conditions change, so quickly that you have to make the decision to be there or not. And if you're going to be there, then you're going to have to, there is no gradation. It's just going to change. So.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think two things. Maybe one might be access to real-time data. So as a user or a mariner in the space, so if one is faced with this kind of weather system, or you have this synoptic situation, you may want to have as additional information access to real-time data so you can see what is currently happening, and even nowcast forecast, maybe to be able to see what's happening in the next 2 to 6 hours. And I think the second one might be impact-based forecast. So if, and that can be achieved through consultations between the users and the forecasters, through some consultative process there. So with impact-based forecasting, one will be able to know if you're operating a small vessel, is it at risk of capsizing if your swells are at a certain height or the winds are at a certain height. So yeah, I think impact-based forecast might also be the future to assist in decision-making. Thanks.
Thank you. So if there are no more comments, we go on to the next question. So these are the key points of the previous questions. And now the question is, what is your biggest concern at this time? And your biggest concern is wind. At least that's what has been highlighted here. So is it true? Is your greatest concern wind? Yes?
Our group have a big concern of the wave heights in the Atlantic Ocean.
wave
Thank you.
heights. Great. Anybody else? Yes.
We mentioned it, the visibility and the rain because of the frontal system approaching and creating, but we didn't put it on the answer.
Okay, maybe in the next one where we have, okay, safety comes up in all that in these questions. So, winds, visibility, economic loss, right? That's an important question for many of the So, anybody else that would like to highlight another aspect that was not written in the answers? Yes?
We did speak about fog here. We're not seeing it there, but we did think about fog being an issue for visibility, especially given the hours were at 12 Zulu. So that might be an issue that has to be considered.
Okay. Anybody else? So we'll go on to the next question. What do you know? This was addressed to the weather forecasters. What do you know about the mariner and coastal operations that might be impacted by this situation? So the highlights, the key questions, the key words would be in the next one, Angela. So challenging, variable, wind speed, busy, disruption, complex. Great. Any other weather forecasters would like to comment on the answers they wrote to this question? Tom.
Well, I didn't write any questions or write any answers but I do want to call out something that's very interesting on this slide, as this slide was responded to by weather forecasters, right? Notice the weight of all those words. They're the same.
Yeah.
And many of them are quite different. What does that tell us? We all may not have the same view of what's required of us. We may not all be clear on what the requirements are that we're addressing. So it's just, to me, this is probably the most interesting of the word clouds I've seen yet. And I appreciate the question, and I appreciate everyone's input into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Yes?
Hello, I'm a forecaster. So I think looking at three different forecasts, I think at how can we better pass the information to the user if we have different like uncertainty that's written there. How can we pass that to the end user? Because now I think mainly our bulletins are made for a description that has no uncertainty. Of course, we can use different amplitudes of waves, of wind, but I always think, what is the better way to pass that uncertainty to the end user?
Okay, it's important, uncertainty. Anybody else? Yes?
From a mariner point of view, if I am in the west side of the area at the Atlantic Ocean, I might have concerns about wave heights and wind speed. The area of Gibraltar, I might have a lot of concerns about the wind speed, specifically at this area. At the Mediterranean, I believe things could be normal. And then all that, again, depends on the ship size and the route it's taking. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the last question. From the weather forecaster's point of view, what is your biggest concern at this point of time? Wind. Do you have difficulties in predicting wind, in forecasting wind? Does it have a lot of uncertainty? Why is wind your principal concern? Yes?
Looking at the pressure gradient, and the pressure gradient, I mean, we know this area is very, very challenging because of small-scale features, but looking at the pressure gradient, you know, there is some pretty strong changes going forward. So wind, obviously, but wind also creates waves. So, yeah.
Any other comments? Yes, at the back?
Okay, so we said accuracy, but it will be covering most of the other parameters in terms of temporal and spatial scales. So our biggest concern is then your accuracy in terms of the timing, in terms of the areas that will be affected. So being it will be extreme winds in that particular area. But yeah, overall from our side is the accuracy. That was the biggest concern.
Great. So we have a lot of interesting answers here. Now we will see what will happen in step 2. So Angela will now upload after we have the description of the situation, we will have a new QR with the second set of questions you shall have to answer. So now, Derek?
Thank you very much. So we'll go through pretty quickly the second part of this. This is basically for the third into the fourth or to the fifth, the next 24 to 48 hours. You've already seen this slide. So low pressure west of Morocco with the increasing gradient as the highs moving south over the Gibraltar Strait in parts of the Gulf of Cadiz and the Alboran Sea. What you'll notice, though, first before I get there, is a Weather Service forecast. This was actually issued by one of our forecasters at the Ocean Prediction Center. And what I want you to see is that there's a couple low pressure systems that's noticed there with a frontal boundary kind of draped over near the area. You'll notice, and it's a little subtle, so you'll see the gale hazard boxes. There's one noted to the west of Spain, meaning with that first low to the west, there's a gale associated with that. And there's also gale associated with the system at the time near the Strait of Gibraltar, the Gulf of Cadiz, and so on. Just to the bottom left of that second gale is a little X. And that X, which has the word new to it, represents a new low pressure system that's going to develop. That low pressure system is forecast to have a pressure of 1,000 millibars. So it looks like in that area there you have right now a pressure regime that's between 1,008 and 1,004, but it's going to deepen several millibars in the next 24 hours. So getting to some of the forecasts, this is the 4th of April. About 12 hours after the previous map, there is that low that's starting to develop there, near about what is expected, kind of trending that way, 1,002 millibars. Gradient is still there, especially over the Strait of Gibraltar. That high lurking to the north, which helping to press down with the dense air mass, helping to sustain that gradient. And then what's going on with this low? It's moving a little bit to the west. So again, similarly to what's predicted, this is 12 hours after that on the 4th of April at 12Z. And then, well, what's going on here? So this is interesting. Right now we were thinking a low around 1,000 millibars. Maybe it's starting to get maybe just a little deeper than what we had forecast. This is on the 5th at 0Z. And then lo and behold, that low is sitting there at 12Z. Again, pretty deep system. As I was trying to count the millibars, but I had the graphic last night, it's probably sub 990. I mean, it's gotten to be pretty deep, so a little bit stronger than I think what was forecast. So look at the Met-Area bulletins. As you look at this, you're going to see, again, very similar. This is the, let me take a look, see where we are. Yeah, the Alboran area. Again, this is from the 2nd of Saturday at 9Z, looking to Sunday at 12Z. The 3rd, looking in the middle. Still, 6 or 7 is the forecast, so basically still sub-gale with some gusts. And then as you look a little bit later on, as this is a little bit later at 21Z for the 4th of Monday at 0Z in the Alboran area, not a lot of changes being forecast. The waves slight to moderate, becoming rough, so maybe starting to get up into the 2.5 to 4 meter range. A little bit of increase there, but the wind speed forecast the same over the Alboran area. No warnings on the Alboran Sea to continue. From Morocco, vigilance level red in some of the areas there along the coast. And if you look at the areas from Jebba to Sebta, Seba to Tanger Med to Cape Spartel, near gale to severe gales now being forecast. And I think you'll notice, if I got my reading glasses on, they might have some gusts getting up to 10 or Beaufort scale 11 that we'll see. So maybe a little bit stronger forecast there. From the meteorological agency in Spain, and look at the warnings. They're looking at areas 7 out of 9. So in the previous one, they had 7 into 8. Now they're looking at 7 to 9, waves getting up to 3 to 6 meters. The trends of the warnings are going to be about the same. It's just, it looks like the magnitude of those warnings have increased just a little bit in terms of the seas and in terms of the wind. And that's the same thing here as you get to the, I think, to the west, as we get to Cadiz. I think the previous one had Levant 7, maybe this one's showing 8 now, and the seas are getting a little bit higher, focusing on 5 meters. And so, again, just a little bit more intense there. But the one thing I want you to think about a little bit is, the forecasts, by and large, they've changed a little bit. So you've seen a little bit of trend upward. But what's a couple of things that you might notice? Low pressure system. Does the forecast that you saw match what you're seeing in the meteorological forecast and the analysis, especially toward the Gulf of Cadiz? Does that make sense? And if you're concerned about that, what's your decision point? What will you think about in terms of pivoting for a decision? And then think about also, there's still, maybe a little bit of differences in forecast from the west side of the Gulf of Cadiz to the Alboran Sea. Warnings in the Strait of Gibraltar, in the Gulf of Cadiz. Continued really no warnings in the open ocean, or we'll call it the open sea part of the Alboran Sea, but the coastals, still have some pretty strong winds and waves forecast. So with that, turn around, return to your groups, and I guess look at the questions of step 2.
Yes, you have the QR online on the slide there. You can scan, and you have 10 minutes for discussions, and we'll go through your answers again. You will be handed out a new set of figures with the situation for you to analyze. So in 2 minutes' time, we'll be ending this row of questions.
I'll ring the bell.
So we're in the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so we have 14 responses submitted. 57% from marine weather forecasters and 42% from marine service areas. I hope you have enjoyed your conversation. And we go to our first question that was, what new concerns do you have for the area you have chosen? Which concerns have been amplified or reduced? So, what happened? I had low pressures just now, and now low pressure disappeared. Winds and low pressures are your main concerns. That low pressure Darren was discussing there, and I think had got you thinking a lot. And our main three keywords are data accessibility, winds, unexpected worsening, real-time visibility, storm, amend ship, port program, validation. Very diverse answers. So, data accessibility, under these conditions, is it easy to have accessibility to data or not? Or did you mean something else when you said data accessibility? Anybody? Yes?
Yes, thank you, moderator. We are as a user group, we concern about variable wind direction and mixed wave system. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Any comment? Yes?
So with regards to data, I believe we are in better condition. We can receive it and we have better accessibility. The question here about the reliability of the data we receive, and I'm not talking about data, I'm talking about information. So the reliability of the information. With regard to the situation, I believe the wind is a main concern and the swell as well. Thank you.
Okay. In any other group, did you talk about the reliability of data? Any other aspect you want to comment on? Okay. Yes, I have.
This time we did put the visibility because of the rain and because of the sandstorm near Morocco to Spain. With that intensity of wind, you can find sandstorm.
Okay. Great. So we'll move on to the second question. That was, which of your operations should already be curtailed? In what conditions will you curtail others? And what other decisions must be made? So, batten hatches. Great. Fishing safety. Wait for further forecast. Okay, postpone. Some of you decided to postpone. Great. Comments? How many of you decided to postpone? Nobody. You decided, but nobody decided. So would a big vessel decide to postpone, or would a small vessel decide to postpone? Yes?
I would postpone the majority of the operation which is going northwest between Morocco and Spain. And if there is an operation crossing the Gibraltar Strait, and depends on the size and type of the vessel, it might be accepted. Thank you.
Okay, good.
I think our group talked about it would depend on location. Some ships or assets you would move to another safer port. Others you would essentially button up and stay where you were. But it would depend on where you were located and the size of the ship and those factors.
So in this case, if you're in the Atlantic, you would move on, or would you?
You might try to move somewhere safer. Other places you would stay where you were. No.
Okay. Any other group want to comment? Okay, so we'll move on to the next question. What new thoughts do you have about what you would like weather services to know about how weather impacts your operations during events like this? So, what do you need that you didn't receive here? Contingency plan. highlight changes, risk assessment. Oh, great. Those are very important things. So,
Our group talked about how important it and helpful it can be for the meteorological product to specifically state when a big change to the forecast has been made.
okay.
Either, or that there hasn't been any significant change, either way. But that is helpful from a user's perspective to know that they might need to, give this closer attention or closer scrutiny, that something big is different now than it was before.
Okay, so something that highlights, beware, this thing is important, you're having changes. Anybody else? And what did you mean by a contingency? Yes.
I don't see it, but maybe feedback. The users might want to provide feedback to the weather service in terms of what was the forecast and was it usable for them and what were the conditions on the ground. So that feedback might assist in improving future forecasts.
Okay, it's important, yes, to have feedback from the users. Anybody else? What did you mean by a contingency plan? How would you expect a weather forecast to give you a contingency plan? Yeah.
Actually, in reality, contingency plan is prepared by stakeholders, weather forecasts, and we must work together, various stakeholders, and we must have joint SOP to conduct the contingency plan, because normally in the emergency situation, each stakeholders, they have their own contingency plan, their own SOP.
Okay.
Sometimes each of the SOP and contingency plan of each stakeholders not in harmonize, sometimes in contradiction. So accident happen.
Okay.
So that's why in our case, we must sit together, stakeholders, to create joint contingency plan.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
it's something you have to work before these weather conditions
yes,
occur.
Prepare
Yes.
before that emergency situation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very important. Particularly in this area and this time that we are working with early warning systems, these contingency plans are part of those early warning systems. Anybody else? No? So, next question. What is your biggest concern about how this event might evolve? Meteorologists? Weather. Okay, pressure gradient. Storm intensification. Where? In the Atlantic or in the Mediterranean? Where was your greatest concern? Position and intensity. Is there uncertainty about the position and uncertainty and how that will lead to hazardous waves, maybe? Yes?
Just that in the Gulf of Cadiz, as a small area, so the position of the center will make a big difference in the Strait of Cadiz, and also the intensity of the low pressure. So that's the main point here. When you say the position and intensity of the center will bring different outcomes in different regions. So a little little changes in this position and intensity can have different outcomes.
Okay, great. Yes?
Yes, and also to add on that, uncertainty will also speak to your rapid intensification or rapid weakening, because then that affects your entire forecasts and warnings.
Okay. Yes?
Oh, it was me. I just wanted to ask, the group as was thinking about, there was a couple things about evolution, confidence, and confidence severity. So did any of the groups talk about the forecasts themselves, and did they lend more confidence to your thoughts about how the situation might evolve? So similarities and differences in the forecasting, did they help or hinder some of your decision making?
Well, the earlier forecast, basically, we had the single low that was offshore, and then you had the intensification close to shore in a vulnerable area. The northwest coast of Morocco is really open to wind and wave. You know, as a starting point, it looked like the pressure gradient had lowered in the Strait of Gibraltar, but then that gradient also on the southeast coast of Spain actually was even stronger at that point. So a couple of different areas that of interest. But waves with this scenario, it almost looks like a Mediterranean, except for it's not in the Mediterranean, but it's off the Mediterranean. Looks severe for waves, but also for wind.
Thanks.
So any other comment? We'll move on to the next question. What would you like marine stakeholders to know about forecasting weather at smaller scales, such as the highlighted areas, those in the Alboran Sea, the Cadiz Sea, and the Strait of Gibraltar? So models here, it's an important question. And uncertainty, okay, that word has come up already. Resolution, I believe that's related to the model resolution. Yes, so you would need regional modeling for a better resolution of the area. And is that only for weather forecasting, or also a resolution of waves and currents, or on the ocean side? Yes?
I believe it's in general. The resolution of the models implies a lot of limitations for having accurate forecasts for very small systems. And also, if they are developing faster than the models, can have a new outcome, a new output with new information. If global models are running every 6 hours and the system is developing much faster than these 6 hours, we cannot have a new alert or a new warning for the area.
And just adding to that, so as models increase in resolution and what they can show, how do we as forecasters then be able to translate all of that information into something simple that somebody can take an action on? And that's an interesting challenge. In a typical scenario, you would probably have in this more information at your disposal than what's here. But I'd say typical, because there could be a situation, where communication isn't quite so good, and this is basically what you got, or even less. And so, it's an interesting point you bring up. As models increase, coming back to that point, how do we as a community be able to share the information, probably a little better than alphanumerics, but at the same time, with that as a good backup, ways that people can use the data that's there, the more high-resolution data, that they can understand and be actionable. It's interesting something for definitely for us to ponder.
Any other comment? Yes, Tom?
Thank you. Such as, it will be a question. Well, actually, it is a question. It's not so much a comment. And it's the big word there, uncertainty. This is something that I think many of us have grappled with throughout our careers. How do we convey uncertainty in a way that's meaningful? Uncertainty can mean any number of things, right? You know, so what kind of uncertainty do we, you know, depending on the situation, what kind of uncertainty are we talking about? You know, is it based on a threshold? Is it based on a probability? But I think that's an important issue for us to try to understand and get a better feel for how we in the forecasting community can convey that in a way that's meaningful to the maritime community. Okay, and we've heard bits and pieces of this topic just throughout this first day already, which was, and some of the speakers spoke to this. We talk a lot about our forecast being like an average situation that you expect. Joe Senkowitz just made a point earlier about the speed of the evolution and the speed of the changes, the speed of how the weather evolves over time, really impacting the forecast. So how do we convey these things? How do we convey that uncertainty? Is it probabilistic? You know, the term probabilistic forecast comes up. You know, I look over at RSMC Miami. You know, that's something that they do a lot of. How can we do this in a meaningful way in the maritime weather community so that it supports your activities and your operations? So now, if anybody has an answer, I'd love to hear it right now. That'd be fantastic. But I do think it's something that is probably worth talking about in the various sessions as we go through. And if you don't agree with me, please say so. You know, I'd love to hear that too. Thank you.
Yes.
Tom, that's a question that the meteorological community grapples with. And really and truly, from my experience, you have to bridge the gap. You have to go to the users to let them tell you what they want to hear, or as you would see, to develop with you the text that they can use, what it means to them, not what we wanted to convey. So they have to bridge that gap. I mean, probability means a lot of things, but for the fisher folk or for the marine sector, one word may convey a different meaning to them, and you can marry the two to get the communication on a level that they understand.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I agree with that.
Yes.
Thank you. I think part of the solution is we need to enhance the awareness between meteorologists and weather service providers about maritime operation. So we expect them to know the impact or the impact of a wind on a container ship, or what is the difference between that on a fully loaded tanker. What if the ships are operating between, they are different types. Like you do have a loaded tanker operating in between sailing boats and leisure yachts. So I think the meteorologists, they got a role as well to enhance their awareness about maritime operation. It's not only the maritime side, it's not only the seafarers. No, we need to do both together. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to add a comment? Okay, so thank you all for participating in this exercise. I hope you all enjoyed it and had fun and learned a lot from each other. We achieved our primary goals to give the marine forecasting community some insights into what seafarers and maritime community make their decisions using marine weather forecastings and warnings. We believe it's very important to expand this dialogue further, and with your support, we will be seeking opportunities to have more such exercises involving forecasters and the marine community in the near future. There will be a chance for you all to provide more input on the structure and utility of this exercise in a post-symposium survey. We look forward to your suggestions. So now I will hand over the floor to Joris, who will give us a wrap-up of the day.
Well, apologies. Thank you very much, Maura, for first of all hosting this this interactive session and basically entire afternoon session. And I will touch upon this again during my wrap-up. Thank you. So, when you were busy in your smaller communities, I was trying to wrap up day one of our symposium on extreme maritime weather. I think during the opening session, I have two takeaways, and they have come back in several sessions across the day. And I think the understanding or the awareness that it is a blending of two professions who rely on each other, and time is of essence here. Navigators and mariners rely on detailed and timely weather forecasts for both economic reasons, but primarily for safety of their lives, cargo and others. Weather also impacts the operations on land, for example, on the ports, and that understanding is not always so straightforward as it appears to be amongst us. Meteorological forecasters rely on their models and algorithms to come up with good and as detailed as possible predictions. After all, they might look like mathematic people, but they could valuably be helped by actual observations from the sea on board for updating and improvement of their predictions. And one thing I was really surprised about is that up to now only 3% of the commercial vessels actively participates in the voluntary observations and exchange towards the Met officers. And I think whilst it was mentioned that these on-the-spot observations are considered to be crucial also for the lives at sea, but certainly also for updating the predictions and the models, I think that that is step one to increase that percentage by today. The final takeaway from the opening remarks is, and I recognize many of them myself, being a navigator at sea, is that ice, container losses and hurricane threat, so to say, were mentioned as straightforward examples of extreme maritime weather affecting to the safety of navigation. My final takeaway, and maybe for the entire day, is this symposium is not only about the content, but it's mainly also about connections, understanding each other, and expansion of your professional network. And I could encourage you to keep doing that throughout today and this week. When we focus at session 2 for the safety at sea, which was moderated by Justina from the WMO, we basically took a more deep dive in some of the arguments presented during the opening session. Changes in weather phenomena increased in frequency, and also the level of extreme weather increases. And incidents are already increasing. So it is difficult to predict explicitly, but the consequences might be or are likely to be significant. Another key takeaway for me for today is, and I think I've heard it during the final session as well, money shouldn't become more important or lead on the safety of life at sea. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. However, as a mariner, I've experienced it otherwise many, many times. So that's, for me, that's a theory versus a practice. Two interests collide there. You have the economic perspective from parties ashore versus the safety of navigation on board. And the captain always will remain with the safety of navigation, but I think all of us are aware of the impact and the pressure being applied from several parties ashore. Another thing, that geopolitical tensions might force ships to reroute, and that might unexpectedly increase their exposure to extreme weather, or at least to areas where you might expect extreme weather. Based on what was covered since over the past 5 years, so to say, several examples of progress were being given, both from WMO and IMO perspective, but it was clear that that there's still room for improvement. And the quote, "The ship of tomorrow cannot be similar to the ship of today." Yeah, that really kept to my mind. This afternoon session, Moira from CRMA, enhancing the knowledge opportunities for both the mariners and the forecasters. One of the open doors, capacity building and training. I must say that I was somehow surprised by statements being made that not every mariner was able to be a, let's say, onboard forecaster, since I was taught how to forecast weather during my Navy career and my Navy education, so we had to deal with forecasting ourselves. But again, that experience is clearly not representative for the level of education and experience around the globe. So awareness of these typical differences and the understanding is important to all of us. Please be open to use multiple resources, take in mind the different cultures and the different levels of understanding throughout. Do that by challenge and reply or check and act. So if I see something or I assume something, how do I check my view, and is that aligned with the one from others? I think the continuous professional development, yeah, again, it sounds as a no-brainer, but it should definitely become part of the framework for mariners. The location might or could be flexible, but applying learning materials and input correctly considered to be even more important. But this also requires profession ashore, and that profession needs to be open for chances provided by technology to keep materials and knowledge up to date. And then another topic which, well, explicitly had my interest when it came across the IMSOS audits and the impact on, for example, the learning materials for mariners. I've been audited myself, and I've been auditing myself. And related to the IMSOS, I echo the words of Hakon on the amount of time being applied to Meteo, so to say, during IMSOS audits. What I would like to add, just for understanding of all of you, is that IMSOS focuses on the obligations as a member state, primarily. So not on the practices or needs of educators or mariners, so that they are more in, yeah, I would say they're not in the core. So from such an audit, it is very hard to get insight in the needs in education from the IMSO's perspective. And therefore I might use, I might encourage you to use this network and take part in the STCW revision trajectory to address your thoughts, especially on the needs of education for mariners related to meteo. And for the interactive session, I think I mainly revised to the wrap-up by Moira. But I should state that I appreciate the contribution by all of you. My main takeaways there is safety is a broad term. When we look at the same picture, are we expecting the same from two different professions? And it certainly has impacts across the chain. How can we increase the collaboration and understanding when we look to the same pictures, again, from two different professions? And I think the final takeaway was be open to learn from each other. And I think that is exactly what we have done throughout this interactive session. And as a mariner, I would say, especially with the example of the Strait of Gibraltar there, keep your eyes open. Thus what was forecasted, meet with my own observations and how should I act. And again, with that, if you see something different than you expected, make sure you transfer that information to the Met Services ashore. That would conclude my wrap-up for today. And before we finish our today's session, I would thank you all. Of course, my co-chair, Ali, the moderators, and the experts taking place in the panel. And last but certainly not least, the participants, so you in the room, especially whilst this meeting, this symposium is only held in English and the majority of you are non-native speakers. So I will keep encouraging you to contribute to the fruitful discussions tomorrow. But before we recommence tomorrow at 9:30 for session 4 in this location, I should address that we have the reception at 6 o'clock at the cafeteria on the 4th floor. And I hope to see you all again for more informal discussions and some nice drinks and bites. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.